Back here live and welcome race fans. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Lexington, Ohio. A gorgeous day for racing in beautiful Central Ohio here. I'm Brian Bielanski. Got Tom Michaels with me. We've got Spec MX5 cars out on their pace lap. Let's get right to our starting lineups. And on the front row, we've got Cam Eben in the number 55 car. Next to him, Ethan Jacobs in car number 199. On row 2, you've got Matthew Novak and Luke Pullen, who's celebrating a birthday today, I'm told. Happy birthday, Luke. Row number 3, I've got Skylar Cottrell in the 9 car. Next to him, Ethan Barker in car 112. Row number 4, Camden Hibbett in the 32 car. Next to him, Camden Gruber. It's the Camden row. He is in car number 24. Row number 5, on the inside, Marcelo Panizia in car number 10, and Michael Tinnis run in car number 26. Row number 6, Logan Stretch in the 98 car. Next to him, car number 21, Ayrton Grimm. Row number 7, Weston Duchik in car 40, and Frankie Barroso in car number 48. Now on to row number 8, Vinny Miskelis in the number 12 car. Next to him is Mitch Lowry, car number 02. Moving on to row number 9, Jason Victor is in the 7 car. Next to him, car number 111, Joseph Andrews. Now in row 10, Justin Mason, car number 15. Next to him, Aiden Coleman in the 60 car. Now on to row 11, Emmy Kissick in car 13, and David Pinterick in car number 3. Row number 12, Matteo Azzari in the 110 car, and Michelle Squirick in car number 75. Then we have our final row, number 13, Brian Heitman in car number 25. Good morning, Tom. Are you ready for all of this?
Oh, I am ready. And I'll tell you what, I look down there on our finish line. I have a feeling that the State of Ohio PR department for their brochure this year will not be taking a shot of our starter because they are dressed like the Michelin Man. And I don't think we necessarily want everybody to know it can be cool this time of year here in Ohio. But I think it's going to be much warmer today than it was during yesterday's very windy conditions. We're looking forward to some great racing today. We had great racing yesterday.
Well, I would have loved to have a puffy white coat yesterday. So he is all set and ready to go, dressed appropriately for the timing of this race. So here comes our field through turn 12. They're going to go under the finish line, and we're going to start on the back stretch today, all of our 7 races. Makes it a little easier to get them lined up and in good order before we hit the green flag. So today's races are going to be 20 laps or 35 minutes, essentially possibly 10 minutes longer than yesterday's races. Yesterday's races quite exciting. I will pull up the finishing order for yesterday, but I will tell you that Luke Pullen was elevated to 3rd place in this race after a couple of penalties. So our finishing order yesterday's race is, stand by, where is it? We've got our number 1 finisher was Camden Gruber. Michael Tinnis finished 2nd, and Luke Pullen was our 3rd place finisher when all was said and done in the stewards room. Coming through the keyhole, Tom, this is going to be a good one.
And on behalf of the Ohio Valley region of the SCCA, we welcome everybody here. We're looking forward to this day of racing. The sun is out, the sky is blue. We're looking for the flag to be green, and the cars are on the backstretch headed down toward the start line.
You can see our start stand in the little inset in the right corner of your screen. Thank you, Jordan, for making that happen. And we are waiting for the flag to fall, and it has. We are green here at Mid-Ohio. Got a car in the grass trying to make the move already on the inside, going down through that little kink as they all push down through turn 4.
Side by side as they come down toward that very difficult turn 4, under hard braking. On the brake, it is Cam Eben with the lead. Back there, Ethan Jacobs in quite a fight there for 2nd place over the top of 5.
Still side by side through much of the field, but Eben broke free already. Top 5 cars now single file. Here we're on board with Ethan Jacobs. He sits in 3rd place right now. In the middle of that sandwich, I believe that's Michael Tinnis in the black car as they come up now through Thunder Valley.
We watch as they come through Thunder Valley up into the very tough turn number 11. A lot of cars come a cropper of that particular part of the racetrack. Cam Evan continues to lead at the carousel turn.
There you go. You can see a bird out there enjoying the coverage trackside here as they come through turn 12 onto the front straight for the first time, crossing the line first on this first race lap. Cam Evan, followed by Ethan Jacobs. Then you've got Matthew Novak. I'm sorry, it is Cam Evan, Matthew Novak, then Luke Pullen, then Ethan Jacobs, Skylar Cottrell, and Camden Hibbett. That's your top 6.
Everybody through turn 1 once again as they move up into the keyhole portion of the track. We are using the original configuration here where we have the notch in the keyhole. That makes it a 2.4 mile course. Up at the top of the keyhole course, still Cam Evan on point.
Lucky enough to have dinner last night with Luke Pullen and his family. All 3 of them, mom, dad, here for the weekend, really making this an American adventure of racing, and they're having a great time doing it. Pullen in 3rd place, just tucking in now in the draft.
Maybe a little bump drafting going on there as well in those first 3 cars. Evan, Novak, Pullen. They come up over the top of turn 5 once again. A little bit off camber there, down the hill into turn 6. Evan, Novak, Pullen, they continue to run that way.
This group had a pretty good and clean race right up until the last 2 laps, and they got some elbows out, argy-bargy, a couple of penalties at the end of the race yesterday, and that shook things up at the top of the field. But here they are, all straight and single file, no drama yet here with 19 to go.
The front 3 having separated themselves from the next group, led by Ethan Jacobs back there in the green machine. Through the carousel turn, onto the front straightaway one more time. Complete lap number 2.
Those top 3 cars working together, trying to break free from the field. If they continue to do this nose to tail configuration, that is the best way to pull away. The 3 cars behind them, though, with Jacobs, Cottrell, and Barker, they don't want that to happen, so they're trying to kind of mimic what's going on up front, staying in line, staying in the draft, trying not to let those front drivers drive off.
On board with the 4th place car, Ethan Jacobs. You can see the front 3 right there. Nose to tail onto the straightaway on the backside of the course. We call it a straightaway. There's a kink in the middle right there at the start stand. There's the kink. Headed down into turn number 4. Cam Evan having just set fast lap of the race.
Evan being pushed by Novak. That's how he gets that purple time, a 1:42.6. They make their way through that new turn 4. Not a whole lot different, but talking to some of the drivers yesterday, while it doesn't look a lot different, it drives a lot different. And I'm not completely certain they like it, but look at that side-by-side action when you go back to like 9th through whatever, 9th through 12th there, are all side by side. That's good news for the front 3.
Ethan Jacobs was under attack for the 4th place, but the car pulling back in behind them, I believe that was Skylar Cottrell. We watch as they come off of turn 9, now up through 11. Everything clean and green so far in this one. Cam Evan, Matthew Novak, Luke Pullen. That's the front 3.
Just that short bit of side-by-side action has allowed that front group to go from a 1.2 second lead to a 1.9 second lead. Almost a full second gain just by that little bit of raciness that was happening in that second pack. So it's very easy to see what the damages are when the cars behind them decide to get out of the draft and try to pass.
You can see on the, we have a car off. They're in the first turn, kind of doing the agricultural racing there, and we've got a car that is under tow coming into turn 11 now.
Yeah, this is turn 11. This group of cars is going to be coming up on that car pretty quickly. I think they're going to try to get the field, or the field may catch them before they get off the racetrack here. No, they're not going to catch them. I think the field was a little further along. Here they come now through turn 5, and that car will be off the track before they get there. Now that second pack, it's about 12 cars long, has decided to get back in single file to see if they can catch the leaders.
And Ethan Jacobs has slid back to the number 5 position there as we see the red machine of Skylar Cottrell having made the pass. Leaders down through turn 10, bottom of the Thunder Valley portion of this race course. Again, the 2.4-mile course as we watch them. What a battle there back behind the leaders.
Skylar Cottrell in fourth right now. He has been really fast this year, but has had some tough luck throughout the season. So he is trying to have a great result here this weekend. Now it's Eben, Novak, Pullen, Cottrell, Jacobs, Panizia, Barker. That's your top 7 right now. Going a little further deeper into the field, we've got Camden Hibbett, Camden Gruber, then Michael Tennyson 10th, Logan Stretch drop back to 11th, Weston Duchik 12th, Eric Grimm 13th, and then you've got Mitchell Lowry and Justin Mason to round out the top 15.
Well, Cottrell having set fast lap of the race. We'll see whether now that he is around the car of Ethan Jacobs, whether he is able to catch up with that front 3. The front 2 are just tied together, bumper to bumper, as they head down the straightaway.
Last lap, the second pack was able to stay at about the same distance, but without being together, with Skylar Cottrell pulling out just a little bit, that's not going to help them make up time. But it does look a little bit like he is making up time, so maybe defying the laws of physics. Oh,
problem.
We got car off there. That's one of the, I believe that is Camden Hibbett and the Camden Gruber and the Planet Miata car. And he has pulled off, at least not on the racetrack, while he figures out if there's any damage in the car that he has to worry about. He goes all the way to the back of the field there. There's your leaders. Yeah, look at how this group now has broken up, Tom, after they had to check up to avoid that Camden Gruber car that was spinning.
Yeah, the Elite 5 are by us here at the finish line. Then the distance back now, Ethan Barker up into 6th place in the 112 car. Camden Hibbett, Logan Stretch, Weston Duchek, and Michael Tennis. That's 6 through 10.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder now for the 4th and 5th place car to catch up without the help of the rest of that pack. Skylar Cottrell trying to go it by himself. Ethan Jacobs trying to catch up to make it a 2-car pack. That will help both of them, but I'm not quite sure if Cottrell wants to let that happen.
Camden Hibbett continuing to put down fast laps here as he has been in the lead from the start. He started on the pole. Leaders past our speed camera there, going down into turn number 4. Out.
Camden Gruber pulling his car on the pit lane, pretty torqued off, a lot of damage to the front left of that car. So definitely contact was the starting point of that spin at turn 6. He's probably done for the day.
The front 3 right together, then Cottrell and Jacobs kind of running their own race back as they go through turn 9. Off 9, down through Thunder Valley. One more time. Camden Hibbett, Matthew Novak, Luke Pullen, then Cottrell and Jacobs. Round out the top 5 as one car gets well off into the grass coming off 9.
Quarter way through this race. Action in the middle of the pack, or the second pack, has been pretty furious. Not the case up front. Eben, Novak, and Pullen, they're just happy to stay in line and try to pull away.
So this is a 35-minute race or 20 laps, as we had said earlier. So it'll be interesting to see when number one of those cars up front decides to pull the pin on it and try to make the move on our leader, Cam Eben. Again, on board with the Ethan Jacobs. That's the top of the keyhole turn. That's off camber. A lot of cars get into a problematic situation as they come through there, but no such thing in this race thus far. We look ahead, and still Ethan Jacobs well off the back of those front 4.
Jacobs having a hard time keeping up with Cottrell. Cottrell trying, kind of just lumbering there in the middle in no man's land, not able to make up much of any time. Now 2 seconds the gap back from the leaders here. It's got to be just a lonely feeling to be that close to the front, Tom, and not be able to make up any time.
Yep, and not having a running mate there that you can kind of slipstream. You're You're on your own, as they say.
Yep.
Leaders, though, not on their own. The front three right together, Evan, Novak, and Pullen.
Lap after lap, that number 55 car keeps dropping purple times a little faster every single lap, getting a great push from Novak and Pullen as they come across the line again. 13 to go, and this time it is another, oh no, not a fast lap this time, but a good lap nonetheless. The fast lap now, Skylar Cottrell drops a 140.516. So Eben had his fastest lap of this race on that lap, but it wasn't faster than Skylar Cottrell by about 0.2 of a second.
Leaders running in the 140s right now. An absolutely gorgeous day here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course.
Yeah, yesterday we had a breeze and cloudy skies, and I wouldn't even call it a breeze. It was a full-on wind and cloudy skies most of the day. Today, not the same case, but here we go. A potential pass for the lead. Cam Eben pops out, starts to go around. I'm sorry, Matthew Novak pops out to go around. Pullen was with him for a moment, but he tucks in. Novak takes the lead going into turn 4.
Best passing place on the entire race course, and giving themselves just a bit of an edge. Now, we talk about with these MX-5s, anytime you've got just a bit of an edge, that can go away in, like, real quick.
Well, and you look at what's happened now. By that one little pass, look at Skylar Cottrell closing the gap to the third place car. He was 1.6 seconds behind at the line last time. It will not be that big of a gap this time by.
Yeah, the leader taking a water line coming through the carousel turn there. A little bit tidier back behind him, Eben and Pullen. But Matthew Novak leading for the first time in this race. We have just completed lap 8.
Lap 8, and Skylar Cottrell knocks off a half a second in the gap between him and the third place car. So he is now creeping his way into the discussion here for the lead of this race, or at least the podium. If he can get there, it'll be a 4-car battle for the podium.
He's there. He's there at the very top of the carousel. Onto the long straightaway now. New leader, Matthew Novak. Eben back in second place. Pullen and Cottrell. And then the gap back. We may see Ethan Jacobs in this thing before it's all over with, but right now he's running a lonely race back there in 5th.
That long backstretch is the only chance to really take a breath, and it's the one spot, because every other part of the racetrack you're turning pretty much for the entire rest of the lap.
Yeah, and it's up and down, and that is a downhill portion of the course. This is really a downhill portion of the course, coming from turn 5 to turn 6. Now over into 9, the leaders, and right there with them now is Cottrell. We are nearing the halfway point of this one.
Novak, Eben, Pullen, Cottrell, that's your top 4. Now the car in no man's land is Ethan Jacobs. He doesn't have a partner from the front, doesn't have a partner from the back, and he is just going to have to put his head down and turn one qualifying lap after another to try to catch the lead pack.
Yeah, he's got to kind of hope that things happen up front that would be a bit untoward. There you see the Ethan Jacobs car. Great onboard shots as they go underneath the pedestrian bridge down in turn number 1.
Yeah, I don't know that he needs to even have a coming together up front, but if they just start racing for position and break that draft, that will help a great deal. But if they're smart up front, they won't do much of that for another maybe 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, a little surprised that Novak went ahead and decided to go for the lead when he did, but it has worked out for him to this point. He's out of Bartlett, Illinois. 9 laps completed. It'll complete 10 laps or halfway when we get done with this lap.
There you go. Now you've got to move for the second place. They're getting a little bit racy. Luke Pullen pulls out to make his move. He now moves into second place.
So we are having movement here in the middle portion of this one in that front 4. And right there on the rear deck, Skylar Cottrell, who again sets a fast lap.
So the one thing that Poland did there by making the move where he did is he didn't break the draft for very long. He was able to do it right at the end of the straight, make the move, get back in, and keep the draft going. Not much of an opportunity for Jacobs to take advantage of that situation. It wasn't as though they were side by side for several corners, which would have been good for Jacobs, but it was a very clean and quick pass, and now the front four back single file.
Well, Novak, he has the largest lead of this race. It is at 0.3 seconds as they hit the line here on the front side. And then the difference between second and third is another 0.4 of a second. This is the kind of racing we expect when we get these Mazdas out on the race course. They are fun to watch.
All right, we are at the halfway point. Let's take our break, make a call to grid. When we come back, we'll have all the action to the finish line. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars, B-Spec, E, F, and H production. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We are back here at Mid-Ohio. We've got a four-car battle for the lead right now. Those four cars, Matthew Novak, Luke Pullen, Skylar Cottrell, and Cam Eben. Then a pretty good gap back to fourth place, Tom. Ethan Jacobs, 4.8 seconds back.
Well, he was running by his lonesome for a long time, but right now he is in a dandy battle along with Cam Hibbett, Ethan Barker, and Logan Stretch there. They battled for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
And that is the second group here that just came through our screen. Those are the cars we're talking about, the Jacobs, Hibbett, Barker group, and then Logan Stretch is right there as well. So that is the group. And the other thing I'm seeing now is Cam Eben, who led the first 6-7 laps of this race. He's losing touch with the top three.
Yeah, kind of a breakaway there for Novak, Pullen, and Cottrell. They right now head through turn 5, up over the hill. They get a little bit light there and then come on down the hill into a right-hander at turn 6. Put the right wheels up on the rumble strips there. There you see the gap back And there is no gap between Ethan Jacobs and sixth place Camden Hibbett.
Now, one of the things that play into this race today now is that some of these cars, they've been on the same dry tires that they have had to have through the entire weekend. Some of these cars, though, went out on wet tires yesterday. Now, while that was a huge mistake for yesterday, that's one less session. That's 20 minutes, 25 minutes less of time on their dry tires, which they could take advantage of today late in this race.
Completing lap 13, leaders. Matthew Novak, Luke Pullen, he's in second place. Skylar Cottrell in third, and Cam Evan. Let's see whether he is able to hold on there onto that fourth position, or whether he's going to fall back into the clutches of that group that's well behind, but they are running together now. That's a 3-car breakaway with Ethan Jacobs, Camden Hibbett, Ethan Barker. And they're going to be trying to stalk down one Ethan Jacobs. We have a car on the pit lane right now. That is the 48 machine coming in here. Frankie Barrasso.
7 to go here as they come down the back stretch here, going towards turn 4. Those top cars, they've been nose to tail now for several laps. Matthew Novak, Luke Pullen, Skylar Cottrell. Cottrell's having a great run here. Also, Pullen's having a great weekend as well. Finished third yesterday. Now in second place, trying to improve at least one position. But you know, Tom, second place is not the step on the podium he's hoping to finish on.
Absolutely not. If we look back, and it looks like Hibbett has gotten around Ethan Jacobs there. So a new fifth place runner, Ethan Jacobs, who was running kind of in the catbird seat between all the action in front and behind, and now he's in the midst of it back there in the middle of the pack.
Come through 12 again, now on to the main straight. Eben's still holding on there, now only 1.3 seconds back, so not falling back anymore, but still not right there with those top 3. So, but what'll happen, Tom, is when the first 3, and you know it's going to happen at some point, start racing for positions, that will allow Eben to scoop right back up into the mix as well when they start breaking that draft.
Yeah, right now, they're just kind of keeping everybody in mind that they are right there. It looked like an inside move as they came onto the long straightaway. And Skylar Cottrell still running there in the third position. Novak and Pullen ahead.
The gap between 4th and 5th now 5.2 seconds. So Camden Hibbett, Ethan Jacobs, Ethan Barker, Logan Stretch, that's that group there in the second little pack. They are now 5+ seconds back. And unless there's some really big problems with that front pack, they're basically out of the conversation for the win here.
They've got their own dandy little dice, though. And here is a dandy dice for the lead. It continues to be Novak on point. The cars move off of turn 9 down through Thunder Valley.
Now all of those cars up front are starting to think, okay, when is the right time to make this happen? If you're the second place car, you're probably waiting to the second to last lap or the last lap. Third place car, that's a little different because he's got to get around 2 cars, and he may need to go a lap or 2 sooner to get both positions if that's what he's going to try to do. And Cam Eben is saying, do it now because I want to get back in with this group.
If we stay within the time limit, we've got 5 laps to go. And so far, because it's been a clean race, having no slowdowns whatsoever, Matthew Novak, last time by, ran a 1:40.800, about 0.3 of a second slower than his fastest lap. Then there's the second group, just now coming onto the back straightaway.
It looks to me, by doing math, and everyone knows that's not my strong suit, that we are going to get this all the way to 5 laps to go. So that is the way it's working out in my brain. which is interesting to think about at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Well, it works that way in my brain too, so that
Okay.
means we've got two half a brain, so a full brain. Oh, who knows?
There you go. Lots of people in the chat here. Mike Trell, Nathan Saxon, all rooting for, of course, Skylar Control. Carl T is here. And we've got Scott Howell and rooting for Luke. Jacqueline Cottrell is here. Jack Grubb is here rooting for Luke. So it's a lot of Skylar Cottrell and Luke Pullen fans in the chat today, as these cars keep pushing their way towards the finish time. This time by, it'll be 4 to go. Here they come across the line. Still Novak, Pullen, Cottrell, and Ebbett here.
Nobody in that front group willing to make the move as yet, but we are getting late in this one.
Your top 10 right now: Novak, Pullen, Cottrell, and Eben. Then Camden Hibbett, Ethan Jacobs, Ethan Barker, Logan Stretch, Marcello Panizia, and then Weston Ducek. That is your top 10 right now. That is the second pack there that we just saw. Now coming across the line, that front pack so close together that you can't even really tell it from that far off distance until they get to right here that there's 4 cars involved.
The original break in this race from the pole was Cam Eben, but he has found himself over the last several laps as far back there as the 4th place position. He wants to get back up there and get into the conversation. He's lost a little bit of a touch with the 3rd place car of Skylar Cottrell. Leader Novak off of turn 6.
Great clean racing here in our first race of the day. Spec MX5, a newly created class by the SCCA and Mazda here over the last couple of years. This is the 2nd year it's runoffs eligible for a national championship, and it has been a great addition to our racing program here. Big car counts, and we continue now with 4 to go, 3 to go this time by. No moves up front, Tom, but it's about it's going to start happening here because we're getting ready to, getting ready for go time.
Lap 17 completed with Novak on point. Luke Pullen, Skylar Cottrell, Cam Ebbett. That is that front group. There you see the second group of 4, led by Camden Hibbett. He got around Ethan Jacobs maybe 3 laps ago. Jacobs in 6th place, Ethan Barker, and Logan Stretch. They continue apace as they move their way through the keyhole portion of the race course.
Skylar Cottrell took a little peek there in the keyhole and then ducked right back in, trying to be really big in the mirrors of Luke Pullen. I'm thinking it's going to be at 2 to go is when this is going to get really, really busy here, Tom.
Well, Evan's going to have to pull up and get himself on the tail of Cottrell if he wants to be a part of this conversation. And there you go. There's a little bit of a break now between the 5th and 6th place cars and the 7th place car of Ethan Barker. Hibbett and Jacobs continue to go at it hammer and tongs.
Leaders snaking through turn 9 and up the hill, now down through Thunder Valley. No issues for everybody, all keeping it clean, head down, trying to get to the finish line. Now a little bit of gap opened up between the first 3 cars, about a half a car length between them. So not quite as nose to tail as they have been, but as soon as they get on the front straight, it starts to move together again.
Oh, and back behind the leaders, a slip that time. Looked like Camden Hibbett got sideways almost, and that allows Ethan Jacobs to move up into the 5th place position once again. Indeed, the green Mazda has moved up. So Novak, Pullen, Cottrell, Eben, that's the top 4. Then the gap back, Ethan Jacobs now moving into 5th place.
I just got word from timing and scoring. White flag next time by. So we've got a lap and a half to go here at Mid-Ohio to see who's going to win this Spec MX5 race. Top 3, 4, 5, or 4 cars still nose to tail. And at the moment, no one's close enough to make a move on the car in front of them. So they've got a little bit of a gap between them. probably the biggest gap we've had here in the last maybe 10 laps or so. Novak, Luke Pullen, and Skylar Cottrell have not put a wheel wrong for the entire 18 laps so far, working lap number 19 of 20.
Back there in the battle for 5th and 6th, Hibbett not allowing Jacobs to get away from him there. Coming up off of 8 into 9, half a car length separating those two.
As they come now up through turn 10, it looks to me, Tom, like it's going to be a race to see who comes out of turn 4 ahead. That's the most likely spot for a move to happen. That's the good news, because for Matthew Novak, is he knows that's the most likely spot where that's going to happen, and he will be defending Luke Pullen. He wants to take this win.
And the white flag is out. Pullen has put himself in the position now because he is right on the rear deck of Novak as they go down into turn number 1, up to the keyhole turn. And we're going to wait and see what ensues going down into turn number 4, coming up here momentarily.
At this moment, this is the last race on the schedule in America for Luke Pullen, and you know he would love to go home with his first SCCA Hoosier Racing Tires Super Tour win. Here is the chance to have it happen, if it's going to, Tom, as they come down the back straight, trying to get right to the back bumper of Matthew Novak. Not close enough right now, but he may try to throw it in there under braking here one final time. This will be his last good chance, Tom.
Looking like he's peeking to the inside. He is not there. He is to the rear bumper, but not able to make the pass there, and pulling right behind him is Skylar Cottrell in 3rd.
Pulling to the rear bumper. He is close enough, though, to try to do something under braking if he can, but the best spot was in 4. Another chance here coming up into 10 and through 10 and 11, but will he be close enough to do it? I don't know.
There is a chance when you come off 10 up into 11, but I don't think anybody's in position to do it this time. Again, Pullen peeks to the inside. It's going to be a tough one to accomplish here at the top of the carousel.
Coming through 11, now through 12. One more left-hander, then a race to the line. At the finish line, it's going to be Matthew Novak first, Luke Pullen second, Skylar Cottrell third. That's going to be your podium. 4th place, Cam Eben. What a race. Absolutely great teamwork by the cars up front. Unfortunately, the top 3 cars, they weren't really close enough on that final lap to make a move. Matthew Novak ran probably the best race I've seen him run in the Super Tour, and he takes the win. Looking back now, cars 5 through 10, we've got Ethan Jacobs, Camden Hibbett, Ethan Barker, Logan Stretch, Marcello Panaccia, and then you've got Weston Duchek, Ayrton Graham, Michael Tinnis, Joseph Andrews, Jason Fichter, and Michelle Squirick. They round out the top 15. All right, let's do a call to the grid, and then we will take a break before we get to our next race. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars, B-Spec, E, F, and H production. Group 2 cars to the grid.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Back here live at Mid-Ohio for our production and B-Spec race. We're going to go, hopefully, 25 laps or 20 laps of green flag action today. Let's get right to our starting lineups. In our first group, we've got a split start. We've got Craig Kima in the number 5 car on the pole. Nathan Nicholson next to him in car number 56. Row number 2 is Chris Haldeman in the number 2 car. Kevin Ruck is in car number 73 next to him on row 2. Row 3, Mason Workman, yesterday's race winner, 52, car number 52. Where are you? And you've got David Bednars in the number 47 car. Row number 4, Vaughn Mishko, the number 98 car on the inside. David Strittmatter in car number 28 on the outside. Row number 5, Jesse Prather, multiple national champion, car number 34. He is in the inside. Don Tucker is on the outside of row number 5. Jason Albright, he is the inside starter on row 6. Next to him, Matt Brannon. Braden Connolly will be on the inside of row 7 in the 12 car. Car number 80, Kendall Jones, will start on the outside of row 7. Row number 8 is Larry Funk in the number 64 car. Next to him is Robert Bax in car number 33. Then you've got Scott Heilman in the 38 car on the inside of 9. Next to him, Vincent Lamagna, if he gets to start. He was involved in a first lap incident yesterday. He would be in row number 9. Then you've got Frank Schwartz also involved in that incident. I know he's going to be out there. We saw his car go out for a installation lap earlier, a hardship lap. So he's on the inside of 10. Weber Manning on the outside of row 10. Now Brian Floyd in the inside of row 11. Next to him, Thomas Gatos. Row 12, Ted Fenix and Eric Vickerman. And row 13, Michael Olivier and Chris Copley. And the last of our first group is going to be Steve Gatchins and Jeremy Lucas. Now moving on to our B-Spec starting lineup. We've got Rob Karchik on the pole. Next to him, Chris Taylor on the outside of row number 1. Moving on to row number 2, Matt Wolf in car number 7. And next to him is Trent Kramer. Then we've got Christopher Jackson, the 4 car on the inside of row 3. Next to him, Eric Yeagle in the Honda Fit. And row number 4, Kent Carter in car number 91. Next to him, Stephanie Anderson in car number 138. Then there's Matt Downing, car number 36 on the inside of row 5. And Josh Schmidt in the 19 car on the outside of row 5. Tom Hobson will be in the inside of row 6. Next to him, Seeley Davis. And then we've got Don Hager bringing up the back of the pack. Row number 7 in the number 31 car. That's how they're going to start, Tom.
It's going to be a big group coming down here into turn number 4. Right now, we take a look as the front of the first group now making their way up out of Thunder Valley, and the left-hander there at turn 11.
Yesterday's race, we had a big incident. Multiple cars scattered all over the racetrack in the keyhole, and it ended up collecting 2 keepers that got stuck together, and unfortunately it took them the entire race to try to get them apart. So hoping for a lot more racing action today, and love to get 20 laps into this race. We're starting on the backstretch today, making it a little easier to get the cars lined up. So oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the race is actually underway. Timing-wise, as we go past the finish line there. So this, about a third to half a lap, is still under pace car speed, but it's Craig Kima up there at the front, Nathan Nicholson alongside. And since these guys really didn't get a race yesterday, we hope they get a good one in today.
Yes, we do. All right, our second pack is already on the front straight. The first pack starting to line up 2 by 2 as they come through the keyhole. Up front, that Lotus Super 7 is really quick here, but it seems that one seems to take a lap or 2 for the tires to get heated up, and then he gets strong and starts to drive away. So we'll see if the same thing happens today.
We watch for the flag, but you can see him there in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. And the green flag is out. And Kima takes the lead, and we've got some smoke coming from one of the competitors immediately.
Yep, that car looks like it has had a rapid unintended disassembly of its motor assembly. And it is probably, is it just dropping? Yeah, it's dropping back on the outside there. Oh, a big spinner coming through. Let's hope he stays off the racetrack there. That's one of the Fiat X19s. Luckily, stays and keeps it off the track, but he will get that put together. That car looked like it might have had some help getting out there. Now our B-Spec field comes down to take its green flag. They're going to run down to turn 4, see how they get through. Let's hope that car that was smoking didn't put down a lot of fluid here. There's a whole bunch of cars right in the same spot they were.
We should know here in a second.
Everybody got through clean,
Yep.
So that's a good sign.
Up over the top of 5 they go.
No issues for the B-Spec field. Here comes our first group now to the line for the first time. Your race leader is going to be Greg Kima in that Lotus Super 7. Mason Workman laps in right behind him, 1/10 of a second back. Then it's Nathan Nicholson, Jason Albright, Chris Haldeman is the top 5.
Workman makes his way around as he went down into turn 1, so a new leader, Mason Workman in the 52 Mazda Miata.
Mason Workman also took the lead early in yesterday's race, and here they come through the keyhole, nice and safe at the moment. No issues right this time. Side by side for a couple of cars there as they now come through onto the back stretch. As Tom has reminded us, it has this kink in it. It's still flat out. You treat it like it's straight, but there's definitely a kink in it.
Mason Workman having given himself a bit of an advantage there over now second place, Craig Kima. And now Kima has slipped back again. Nathan Nicholson, I believe that is, has made his way up and around into second place.
A couple changes in position early for our production-based cars. Workman in the Mazda MX-5, Mazda Miata. And then we've got Kima, that's the Lotus Super 7. And then another Mazda, that is Nicholson in the MX-5. That's the number 56 car in third place.
Leaders up into the carousel turn. We're going to have a battle for the lead coming up here momentarily between Workman and Nicholson. Onto the front straightaway they come. No challenge as yet. We'll see what happens when they get down into turn 1, whether Nicholson is able to pull up. Nope, not able to do it that lap. A little bit of a twitch out of the Super 7.
Little bit of a twitch there, about a car length difference between first and second place there, and Workman is working hard to keep that lead right now. Nicholson wants the lead.
The front two have separated themselves from Craig Kima down the straightaway once again. Nicholson in second place, just tucks himself in behind the Workman machine. Mason Workman at fast lap last time around. Nice little battle also back there for the number 4 position. That between Albright and Haldeman. Leaders already through turn 6.
Side by side, there's Nicholson making the move to the lead. He takes the lead now as they dip down into Thunder Valley. Workman back to second place now. Nicholson was wanting to do that the lap before, but wasn't close enough. Now he's gotten around, and Workman is going to have to work hard to stay in touch. And of course, you've got Craig Kima in that Super 7, who's trying to catch up.
Well, that pass in turn 9, that is a difficult place to actually get around there. Now we have action in behind them. We watch as the 47 car is trying to move up as well. That's David Bednarz. Pulls up alongside and tries to gain a position, and does, down into turn number 1.
Now, Nicholson is in an E production car, while Workman is in an F production car. Workman would have loved to keep that buffer between him and Craig Kima, but the other thing is you don't want to have any problems when that car comes around and mess up your race entirely. So sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. Letting him go, because he's not a race for your class. Sometimes that's a smart way to get it done.
So we're starting to get some distance between all of those front runners. Meanwhile, back for the second wave, the smaller guys, they are right together, except for that car right in front of them.
And there is Matt Wolf and the Goodyear Racing onboard camera. Of course, B-Spec cars all have Goodyear spec tires. They are a big supporter of this class. And if you're here at the races this weekend and want to watch our live stream and you don't want to watch it on your phone, stop by the Goodyear garage. They have a big screen TV there with all of our coverage on it. So,
well, looking at the front of the Wolf car, but up in the box, you can see out the back of it as well.
This Matt Wolf is in second place right now in B-Spec. So that car right in front of him is Rob Karchik. Looking out the back, you'll see Chris Taylor there. And here is the B-Spec crew coming down. Now you also notice, I believe, that in the background there is our leaders coming to catch up with them. We also have some problems. There you go. You see a car out there with a safety car with it. And, well, I think that's a safety truck blocking that car. They're not going to leave that car there, I don't believe.
I think that's the car that had the problem on the first lap that they are getting rid of now. So we've got the waving yellow coming down into Madness. That turn 4, 5, 6 complex. Great place to watch a race over there on the hill. We got some folks over there today. We had a bunch of folks over in that area yesterday. And while we continue to watch the second wave, and oh, look at this gang.
Wow, look at that. That looks like the 405 on Christmas Eve, I gotta tell you. A whole bunch of B-Spec cars all bunched up together there while Bob McCarthy kind of drives away. And now we've got a car, it's the number 28 car pulled off there at that little cut through. Oh, and a Mini Cooper with either a brake lockup or a motor problem. Can't quite tell. A lot of smoke though. And we will see. But that car kept on going, it looks like. Oh, no, we've got it way off behind the fence there. Just coming up to the flag station, you've got a car pulled over there as well. So lots of things going on. Sometimes that is the case in these production races. Not all of the cars, because many of them are older, Sometimes reliability can be a problem.
That David Strittmatter car, the 28, that was running in 7th place. That's the one right there that is pulled off just beyond the kink.
Yep, and then a little further down where our camera can't see it, there's another car off on the grass there between the wall and the pavement. So that's in a really interesting spot. There is your leader in B-Spec, Rob Pekarchik, coming down the hill. Right behind him is Matthew Novak, the 2nd place car. Then you've got Trenton Kramer there and Chris Taylor. So nice pack of B-Spec cars. Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt Wolf, is the 2nd place car. And that 2nd place car pulls off. That actually was a 3rd place car that went off. Okay, that was Trenton Kramer. So many cars all over the place. Oh, Chris Taylor's slowing down with his hand in the air. Something wrong with that car. That was the 4th place car in B-Spec, the Mazda 2. We'll see if he comes into the pits here. And he is pulling into the pit, so not sure what's wrong with that car. Chris Taylor is the car prep shop for a lot of these B-Spec cars. 4 of them come from Texas from his shop, including his car. So 3 customer cars and then his car. 15 laps to go. A lot of action early in this race. Coming over the hill now, right into our living rooms. That is Rob Pekarchik. Right behind Pekarchik is Matt Wolf, then Trenton Kramer. There is your Matt Wolf in-car camera. This is the only part of the racetrack where you get a chance to breathe for just a second. It's a long, especially in a B-Spec car, it's a long run down to turn 4. These are our slowest cars here this weekend, but often our most fun cars to watch.
And falling in behind the car of Rob Pekarchik. Pekarchik, one of the local drivers out of Brunswick, Ohio.
14 to go here, and Wolf just trying to do whatever he can. It looked like, yeah, he almost missed his shift there. You can see him banging on his steering wheel. And just when he missed that shift, Pekarchik got to pull away just a little bit more, and he is had a 2-second lead last time by, and we'll see what it is this time by. Pekarchik definitely a little further ahead. Yeah, that little missed shift, it looked like, has been a little problematic.
The things have settled out a little bit here. By the way, if you're enjoying the action today, I know there's going to be at least 3 more weekends during this year where you can come out here and see the SCCA amateur races on the 12th and 13th of July, Cincinnati region. Then OVR, the host region here, going to have their races on August 9th and 10th and October 11th and 12th. Come on back.
Pekarchik. Then you've got Matt Wolf, Trenton Kramer all in our view. Then that second pack of cars is Eric Yeagle right there now. Right behind him is Matt Downing, Christopher Jackson, Stephanie Anderson, and Josh Schmidt. Now we've got the coming into the keyhole, a little off in the distance. You've got your H-Prod 1st and 2nd place cars. The blue car is a Sunoco car of Ken Prather and Jesse Prather, I'm sorry. And then right behind him is Matt Brannon. Now we've got a car, the 77 car has spun out there. That looks like an RX-7. Jason Albright is the driver of that car, but he's going to try to get it back on the racetrack here. He was 3rd place in E-Prod before that spin. Not sure if he lost any positions there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Jason Albright out of Brookville, Ohio, another one of the Ohio drivers here, down in my neck of the woods, down around the Dayton area.
So there is Prather and Brandon. Brandon looks like he's making up some space here on Prather. Prather, the defending national champion. There's a car off, and I'm hearing the car hit the wall. So there's the yellow flag is out at turn 9, so it's probably between 9 and 10. Oh, yeah, there it is. That car way off the racetrack there at turn 9. Here comes your H-Prod battle coming up on slower cars, so this is going to be interesting to see. They're going to come up through. It looks like Jesse Prazer is going to go through the middle. Brandon's going to go around on the inside. Hopefully they can all clear these slower cars before they get to turn 1 and not have any issues, and it looks like it's been pretty close to that being the case. Lots of action to try to keep a track of here.
Overall, the leader still Nathan Nicholson in E production, that 56 Mazda MX-5. Mason Workman leading in F production. He is ahead of the car of Craig Kima. He's ahead by about 3.3 seconds in that F production battle.
There, we keep watching our H production battle here. That front car, Jesse Prather. Then we've got Matt Brannon coming out of 4. Looks like Brandon's lost a little bit of time going through that traffic, trying to catch back up to Prather. It's cliche to say, but it's one thing to catch Jesse Prather. It's a whole other thing to drive around him. Chris Haldeman into the pits. Oh, yeah. They got another car with mechanical problems off in the distance there on the right-hand side. That is one of the Volkswagen Rabbits, it looks like. Or could it be that? Could be the Jetta of Brian Floyd. That could be a Jetta out there. It seems like that backstretch has been a collector car, maybe a museum by the end of this race.
And I don't think we're going to see a return of the Jetta in this particular race.
Very nice. Very nice.
Sorry.
You can see the Jetta out there in the distance, so it's way off the racetrack, so they can leave that one there without any problems. Tom will be here all week, folks. Try the veal and dip your servers. That's good. 11 to go here. Dak Wise in the chat. Legendary Racing in the chat says he's going out to Slinger Super Speedway. Legendary, I've been to Slinger. Not quite sure Super Speedway is the proper terminology, but a great little short track in Wisconsin. Let's do this. Let's do a call to grid. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the finish line. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 3 to the grid. Group 3, Spec Racer 4 to the grid for your race. Group 3 to the grid. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live, look at this mess of cars. This is your B-Spec field with the H production leaders trying to come through. That front car is not a B-Spec car. That's actually an H production Mazda of Jesse Prather, and it is now past all of this car. But wow, that was a lot of action going on in a very short period of time, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. They've kind of single-filed it now as they make their way down through turn number 6.
And it looks like we've lost the B. Let's see, which one is it? We've lost a B-Spec car. Which one? That was Sealy Davis off there in turn, just before turn 4. So that's a B-Spec car. We have a slow Mazda down here through Thunder Valley that all of the B-Spec cars are flying around there. That silver Mazda is under-paced right now. We'll see if that goes to pit lane. With as much attrition as we've had in this race, this just might be a last man standing kind of situation, Tom.
Well, we've had a lot of cars start this race, so
yes,
we've got a lot of cars that could be that last man standing.
That's right. That's right. Let's go through the field right now. In B-Spec, your race leader is Rob McCartrick, followed by Matt Wolf, Trenton Kramer, Eric Yeagle, and Matt Downing. Stephanie Anderson is in 6th. In E-Production, your race leader and overall leader is Nathan Nicholson, followed by Jeremy Lucas, 57 seconds back. Then you've got Jason Albright, Chris Haldeman, and Steve Gaetjens not on the racetrack anymore. In F production, your race leader is Mason Workman. He has a 1.7 second lead over Craig Kima. And then Weber Manning is in 3rd, followed by Chris Copley and Michael Olivier. And then Ted Phoenix is in 6th place. And now moving on to look at H production, Jesse Prather with Matt Brannon pretty much sticking right to him right now. He is in 1st, Prather, then Brannon 2nd, Kendall Jones is 3rd, Braden Connolly 4th, and Eric Vickerman is 5th. There is your H production battle. That is Jesse Prather and Matt Brannon right behind him. Brannon not letting Prather walk away with this one.
Headed up now into turn 11.
And this is a very interesting dichotomy, which I love. That H production car is a rather modern Mazda 2 being followed by a Fiat X19, which you would never consider to be modern, right, Tom?
Absolutely. You have an awful lot of juxtaposition of cars here that we see during any SCCA weekend.
Well, and it could be said pretty easily that these bringing the newer cars into the production field. Now we have, there is our Lotus Super 7 pulling off right now. That was the 2nd place car in F production. That was Craig Kima pulling off there right in the middle. It's nice and safe and out of the way, but his day is done. That's going to elevate Weber Manning and Chris Copley into podium positions. Just every lap seemed to be losing a car here. We've got safety trucks down here in 4, covering a couple of the cars down there as well. Mason Workman, followed by Craig Kima, Weber Manning, and Chris Copley. That's how it lines up in F production. We continue to keep an eye here on our H production battle. That's the best battle on the racetrack right now. It was pretty close with Workman and Kima until Kima pulled off. Now it's over a minute and a half gap between first and second in F production. Looking at our E production field, huge lead for Nathan Nicholson. B-Spec, a little bit closer, 1.3 seconds, but by far the best battle right now is this battle here in H production. What I was going to say before things got a little crazy, having the newer cars in production has essentially saved the production classes, Tom. Because there's so many older cars in production, as they get old, sometimes there's just no more parts for them. People stop racing them because they're expensive to upkeep sometimes. And the classes were in danger of being not having enough cars to run. Once they started letting these newer cars in, it breathed new life into this class, and they've done a really good job of being able to get a car like a Mazda Fit to race well with a Fiat X19, and it's been a real big success story.
Absolutely. You take a look at this battle between Prather and Brannon, and it pretty much tells you that the equivalency of the two, not that far apart. It's a little bit of a distance there, a little bit more than a second between those two cars as they make their way into turn number 4. We got the safety vehicle just ahead of them as they're going to make their way around to the outside of 5, up over the top of the hill. And the safety vehicle will duck into the cutout there, and that should end that particular piece of drama. But
yeah, kudos to Mid-Ohio Safety. They've been able to help us stay green flag with just local yellows. Now they've cleared all those cars out there in the turn 4 area, and we've been able to stay now back to green here. So good job for them today.
Now the one car I think is still there. They may have just picked up the driver in that car and brought him around,
right,
leaving the car over there for the rest of this race. And the rest of this race, well, we got about 5 laps to go if we go to full laps in this one. Time-wise, we're at about 8.5 minutes left.
Also want to give a shout out to Frank Schwartz. He was caught up in our mess yesterday, had front end damage on that car. He was able to put it together and get back out there. And today, still running out there on the same lap with the H production leader there. He jokes that he has the slowest car in H production because it's really a B-Spec car that he's running in H production to get his runoffs points and commitment in so he can run that car in H production at the runoffs.
So you were giving kudos to the Mid-Ohio safety crew here. They have been very busy.
Yes, they have.
Throughout this particular race.
Having questions about Chris Taylor and Kent Carter. We saw Chris pull into the pits about maybe 8 laps or so ago. I don't know what happened to Kent Carter. He only completed 2 laps before pulling in, so I didn't see that happen. But I don't know what happened to Kent. I will check in. Well, I won't be able to tell you today, but if I find out today, I will find out. So there is the B-Spec field, or the H production leaders lapping an H production. I believe that is Frank Schwartz going a lap down. All these H production leaders here, all of them, Prather and Brannon have hit traffic in weird spots. And Jesse Prather's been able to get through a little easier than Brannon, and that's been a big part of why Brannon has not been able to get back to the rear bumper of Jesse Prather here with 4 to go.
And an H production car coming into the pits, the 10 of Eric Vickerman in the MG Midget. So another car has come a cropper of trying to go the distance in this one. We're getting down to it. We're working race lap number 17.
6 minutes on the clock, 4 laps to go. I think we might make it on laps, but I'm not completely certain.
It's going to be close.
It will be very close. I'm looking for some word here from our great timing and scoring crew, and they have yet to alert me what their plan is. There is the Goodyear Racing Tires in-car camera of Matt Wolf. Matt Wolf, your B-Spec car, second place. He's 1.9 seconds behind that white car. That's the B-Spec leader in front of you. That is that is Rob Pekarczyk in the white Honda Fit. So in B-Spec right now, your top 3 is a Honda Fit, a Mazda 2, and a Mini Cooper. That is the way the founding fathers of this class intended it. Multi-mark battle here in B-Spec. And if you go a little bit further down, in 8th place, you've got the Chevy Sonic of Josh Schmidt.
It is so cool, these in-car cameras, as you came up over the hill there in turn number 5.
Yep.
And this part of the racetrack, back there going into Thunder Valley, turn 9, which you're looking back up at, that is one of the secret parts of this race course. If you were ever here at the Mid-Ohio race course, take a little bit of time to go over there and watch them as they go through turn number 9. It's not the best passing zone necessarily on this race course, but it is one that's got a lot of action, and you're pretty close up to watching the cars if you're in the infield.
3 laps to go here for Nathan Nicholson. He is your E-Production and overall leader. Mason Workman, he is your F-Production leader in 2nd place. And then there's Jesse Prather, your H-Production leader in 3rd place overall. Just got word from timing and scoring, white flag, next time by, so 2 to go here. If you're in a battle, you need to get it done in the next 2 laps. The best battle, I think, on the racetrack is right here in B-Spec for 3rd place, the last spot on the podium. That is Trenton Kramer, Matt Downing, and let's see here. Trenton Kramer, Matt Downing, and I'm trying to see here. No, that's the battle for 4th place that we're looking at there. Of Matt Downing, Christopher Jackson, Stephanie Anderson, and Eric Yeagle. So that's, oh, and there's a move now by Christopher Jackson to get around Matt Downing going into turn 1. Don't think he was able to get it done there. So those 4 cars we're watching right there, Downing, Jackson, Anderson, and Yeagle. That's the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. There is that battle. 5 cars. That car in the back is not a B-Spec car. I believe that car in the back is your race leader of Nathan Nicholson, right behind that B-Spec battle. Nicholson has such a huge lead, he doesn't really have to get too involved here. He has put himself right in front of Eric Yeagle, but he can come through here now. On the main straight, he'll probably be able to power right by all these cars. And he'll get the white flag here as he comes onto the main straight. There he is, Nathan Nicholson. You'll see him now pop out. He should be able to get around all these B-Spec cars before they get to turn 1, hopefully.
Yeah, he's going to have to tuck in behind one of them.
Yep, he'll get the last one here going up towards the keyhole. But that's going to break up that 4-car pack just a little bit. And here is the battle for 2nd place right now in B-Spec. You were just looking at it as they came by. The 2nd place car is Matt Wolf. Actually, Trenton Kramer's gotten around Matt Wolf for 2nd place. Now Matt Wolf's going to try to fight back. So there is Rob Pekarczyk, just went out of your frame. Then you've got Trenton Kramer, and right behind him in the silver car is Matt Wolf. With a lap and a half to go here, can Wolf fight back to get back into 2nd place? He's been in that 2nd place pretty much since the drop of the oh, look at a little bit of loose there by Trenton Kramer, drifting through turn 4. That allows Wolf to get right back to the rear bumper. This is not done yet. We're still not sure who's going to be on the podium here in B-Spec.
They are right ahead of the overall race leader, Nathan Nicholson. Watch him as we're on board right now once again.
And Nicholson puts himself in between Kramer and Wolf. That's probably going to be the end of it for that battle. with Wolf now not being able to get caught back up to Kramer, getting the leader in the middle there really messed up that battle for second place there. Now your leader's going to come through for the final time. He will take the lead here, take the win. That is Nathan Nicholson, your race winner overall. Rob Pekarczyk didn't get around Rob Pekarczyk, so Pekarczyk actually has to make a whole nother lap. So he will come across as a full lap ahead of his team, or of his other B-Spec cars, only because of the timing of the checkered flag. All right, let's take a look here. We'll wait a little bit, let some more cars come across the line, and then we will be able to go through the different classes here. B-Spec's pretty much settled. We'll go through that one first. Rob Pekarczyk will be your winner. Trenton Kramer will finish second, and then the podium, last step, will be Matt Wolf. Looking now down towards E-Production, that is going to be Nathan Nicholson with the win, and he had a whole lap lead on the field in E-Production. Jeremy Lucas finishes second. Jason Albright will finish third. Moving now on to F-Production, Mason Workman with the win. Weber Manning will take second, a lap down, and Chris Copley, he will be your third place finisher in F-Production. And then that battle for H-Production, which we spent many laps watching, Jesse Prather came across the line 1.3 seconds ahead of Matt Brannon, and Braden Connolly will take the third step on the podium in H-Production. All right, let's go and do a call to grid for our next race, and then we will take a short break. A lot of cleanup though, folks, so it's probably going to be a bit of a break here between this race and the next one coming up. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. Spec Racer Ford to the grid for your race.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom Michaels with me on the call this weekend. Get ready for Spec Racer Ford. We've got 2 more races before lunch, Tom. Then we're going to take a short break, come back at our final 3 races of the day. So that should be fun. And we are about to go and start our starting lineups. Jordan, whenever you're ready, pop it up there. We'll get ready to go. This will be a 20-lap race or 35 minutes, depending on how quickly we get to do things. And let's take a look. All right. Starting lineups here for Spec Racer Ford 3. In your front row, it is the former national champion, Bobby Sack, on the pole with car number 19. Next to him, Liam Snyder from Hallett Motor Racing Garage, part of that crew there. He is on the outside of row number 1. More Hallett Motor Racing Garage car drivers here. That would be Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens in row 2. Moving on to row 3, Morgan Burkhardt and Grant Heining. That is your 5th and 6th place starters. In row 4, Jace Petty and Jackson Deal. Now on row 5, we've got Mark Greb and Grant Vogel. On row 6, we have David Dickerson on the inside, Sandy Satullo on the outside of row 6. Row number 7, Michael Odell and John Vogel will be on row 7. And we look ahead to row 8. Ben Jacobs and Chris Jenner-John will pick up the spots on row 8. Row 9, Adam Jenner-John, and next to him, Tom Burke, who is in the middle of his all Super Tour race attendance this year. He is on the outside of row number 9. Row 10, we've got Zach Della and Dexter Zuba. Row 11, Charlie Rogers and Theo Peppers. Row 12, Greg Miller and Nick Heinig. Row 13, Ashley Oakes and Jeremy Swank. Row 14, Jim Ricketts and Greg Brinkman. And row number 15, Stephen Greenhill and Chris Current. Row number 16, Larry Morris and Stu Comer. And then row 17, we have our last row, Mark Trauman and Tyler Fox. That's how they're going to start here for their 20-lap race here at Mid-Ohio. They're going to come through over the hill here and then through the carousel past the finish line, because we're going to start on the back stretch this weekend. All of our races starting back there. Tom, this was a humdinger yesterday.
Oh, yes. This was one of my favorite races of a day ago, and we're looking for more of the same today. Bobby Sack there on the pole for this one. He's out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, and as you mentioned, the former national champion. Liam Snyder, Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens, Morgan Burkhardt, they are the top 5. So we watch as they head down toward turn number 1, and about a half a lap go before they get the green.
If Bobby Sack were to win today, that would make 4 straight Super Tour wins here at Mid-Ohio. He swept last year. Last year, though, it wasn't close. He was way the class of the field last year. He had to work a little harder for it yesterday, but ended up on top. Today, he will start on the front row, on the pole position, and we'll see if the rest of this field can make it a little more difficult for him, and maybe steal one of these away so that he is not a back-to-back race winner at Mid-Ohio. All right, they're all lined up 2 by 2, coming through the keyhole down to the back stretch. And then they will look for the green flag from our start stand, as you can see right off there on the right. Thank you to Jordan, our director, for giving us that view. Even with the border, getting all fancy here on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live stream. 2 by 2, green flag is in the air, and we are racing at Mid-Ohio, already fanning out here. 3 wide, about 10 rows back.
Watching them as they come down, Bobby Sack again with that inside line, getting the good break. He's got the lead coming down, but he's being challenged for that right now by Liam Snyder. Also back in there, Peyton Long. Up over turn 5, down into 6.
Yep, there's Zach out front, and Snyder, Long, Morgan Burkhart's in the discussion there. Tyler Stevens, that's your top 5. I think it is Snyder's in second, Long is in 4th, and I think Tyler Stevens is in 3rd. But we're going to know more when they cross the line. There's 3 red cars, and they all look somewhat the same to me. I think Morgan Burkhart's in 4th place there. We'll know more in just a second. Here they come across the line for the first time under race conditions. And you've got Bobby Sack, your race leader. And I was right, Tyler Stevens is in 2nd, but it's Morgan Burkhart in 3rd. 127 off the racetrack on the front straight. That is the Liam Snyder car, drops all the way to the back. And because he was off the racetrack, he did not even clip the timing line. So he will come back. He's got some body damage as well. So he was so far off the racetrack that he didn't actually trip the timing line, but he did fall all the way to the back of the lead of the field.
Bobby Sack with the lead down the straightaway, past the start stand. Making their way down into turn number 4. Sack with less than a car length.
All right, and once they get to the main straight, you might see all of the body work for Liam Snyder. I'm sorry, yeah, for Liam Snyder, just on the outside of turn 12. Here they come, and Tyler Stevens staying right with Bobby Sack here. The little gap back to 3rd place. That is Peyton Long in 3rd. So Peyton Long has gotten around Morgan Burkhart.
Stevens not letting Bobby Sack get away. Probably about 5-6 feet separating 1st and 2nd now. Peyton Long with a quick lap that time. Up there into 3rd place.
So your top 5 right now, Sack, Stevens, Long, Burkhart, Jace Petty. Grant Heinig is your 6th place car. Jackson Deal in 7th. Mark Greb 8th. Sandy Satullo 9th, and Michael Odell in 10th.
Off the top of the keyhole turn, onto the straightaway they come. Leaders, we'll watch them as they come down. And one more time, Bobby Sack stretches it a bit, but we'll see what it's like under braking going down into turn number 4. Big Long, just a little bit off that lead battle. Probably 2-3 car lengths behind. But there is no such thing as a car length between 1st and 2nd right now. Sack over Stevens.
That's right, and those cars 3rd through 6th there, they can work together and get right back up to those lead duos. So that is a pack that is formed there, 1st through 6th place. And this is a lot like what it looked like yesterday. And then about halfway through the race, a front 3 cars started to pull away. Got a waving yellow in turn 4 for car number 107. And that car 107 is Jeremy Swank. It spun, but now it sounds like it has continued. So that's good news. Here comes your leaders, cross the line again. Keeping nice single file order so they can try to keep that draft. Oh, there you've got a car. The 78 or the 73 car has gone around on the inside of turn 12. That would be Nick Heinig, I believe, in the 73 car. And now, look at that. That front pack is a legit pack now. 1st through 6th, 7th and 8th trying to catch up to make it an 8-car pack. Someone put a slight wheel off there at the exit of the keyhole.
Not unlike what we saw yesterday. It was a real good dice throughout that one. Right now we watch as now we have a pass for the lead. Here comes Tyler Stevens up and around the inside going through turn number 4. Bobby Sack back to 2nd place, and he's being challenged for that position by Peyton Long through 6.
Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens' teammates. Usually they push each other through. And It ends up being 2 people swapping, but no, that wily veteran of Bobby Sack was able to stick his nose back in and keep those 2 teammates separated. Morgan Burkhart tries to catch up now. Take advantage of that momentary break in the draft. King Death 333 is rooting for Michael Odell. Michael Deffenbach is rooting for Stephen Greenhill. Amy Jennings is rooting for Bobby Sack. And of course, Jennifer Stevens rooting for Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long.
Tyler Stevens with the lead into turn one more time. We've completed 4 of the scheduled 20 laps. 7:20 is gone in this race in terms of time. We would run to 35 before they would throw the checkered flag. Continuing on, clean and green around the race course. Leaders up, top of the keyhole.
You've got a bunch of youngsters in the front of this field. Stevens, Long, Burkhart, Jace Petty. Then you've got Bobby Sack, who's been doing this in this class forever, in the middle of all of that. So I wonder if this is one of those things where the students are learning from the teacher or the teacher's learning from the students.
All right, now, we had mentioned Bobby Sack from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, Bixby, Oklahoma, the home of Tyler Stevens. And now here comes Peyton Long. Peyton Long looking to the inside through 9, has to back off of it. That is one tough place. Coming up over that hill, it gets a little bit off camber. You come up over the hill, you get light as you come through there. Very easy to lose the machine. We've seen that happen a number of times over the years when we were covering that part of the race course.
Beth Burkhart, Morgan's mom, in the chat. She's rooting Morgan on. Of course, Tim Adelson's in the chat, rooting for Morgan as well. Tim's with us all the time during our races. Yes, Tim, beautiful weather for racing in Ohio today. 16 to go here, 15 to go, I should say. And Tyler Stevens dropped the purple lap, a 136.158, and it lasted about 10 seconds until Sandy Satullo crossed the line with a 136.055.
There was about half a second difference between Stevens and Sack for first and second. Stretching it out maybe a little bit more. Stevens down the straightaway, they hit the kink. Peyton Long sitting back there in the 3rd position. He may be challenged momentarily by Morgan Burkhart.
Oh, there's a pass for 8th or 9th place that just came through. I believe that was Sandy Satullo making the move on, no, not Sandy, that was Jason Deal making the move on Sandy Satullo, I'm pretty sure. Satullo. That could have been Jackson Deal, Mark Greb, Michael Dell. I think that's that group right there. Yeah, the 71 car is Mark Greb. So it was Mark Greb making the move around Jackson Deal, and then Michael Odell's the 3rd car in that little 3-car pack. That's your lead pack, though, that we're looking at right now.
Jace Petty right behind Morgan Burkhart there as they battle for 4th place.
There's your top 6 cars. And the 07 car is Sandy Satullo's coming close to being able to catch that pack. He would like nothing more to make it a 7-car pack here as we get to the middle portion of this race. We're a quarter way in. Yesterday's podium was Bobby Sack, Liam Snyder, and Tyler Stevens. Liam Snyder will not be in the mix today after having problems on lap 1, but it is Tyler Stevens, Bobby Sack, and Peyton Long right now.
Back there, the 71, Mark Greb, continuing with the position. They're in 8th place. They are well off the tail of the car of Sandy Satullo.
Sandy Satullo's just made it to the back of the lead pack now. So there he is. He's the last car in that group, the 07 car. So you've got Stevens and Bobby Sack, and then a little gap back to Peyton Long. And then another little gap back cars of Burkhardt, Petty, Heinig, and Situlo. Stevens is doing a nice job of staying out front. Sack seemingly okay with being in second place right now. We often talk about it, Tom. Where do you want to be going into the last lap? Usually, you know, the thought being, oh, you always want to be in the lead, but not always the case, because it's often whoever makes that last lap pass is the one who wins the race.
Yeah, a lot of times what you'll see is with about 2, 3, 4 laps to go, you'll see that second place car. They'll pick to the inside, but they won't do anything. They'll pick to the outside. They just want to make the leader think. They want that leader to wonder where he's coming from. And then on the last lap, down into turn 4, that is where the big move often comes. But right now, Bobby Sack, the fast race lap, 135.634. So he is picking them up and putting them down as he tries to follow in the steps of Tyler Stevens.
Grant Heinig in 6th place right now. He's part of that Hallett Motor Racing group that comes up here. And this is his 2nd ever race. And he is in 6th place, mixing it up with Morgan Burkhardt, who was on the pole at the runoffs a couple years ago. And a whole bunch of talented drivers in this top 6 or 7. And Grant Heinig, 2nd race ever, is keeping his own right there.
Leaders complete yet another lap. We are through 8 of a scheduled 20. Tyler Stevens, Bobby Sack, Peyton Long, top 3, followed by Jason Petty and Morgan Burkhardt. The rest of the top 10, Grant Heidig, Sandy Situlo, Mark Greb, Jackson Deal, and Michael Odell.
Peyton Long just dropped a purple lap, a 135.437. That's allowed him to get a little closer to the back bumper of Mr. Bobby Sack.
Now the front 3 have really separated themselves for that battle for 4th place.
Yeah, they've basically lost contact. That 4th, 5th, 6th group has lost contact. Now we're getting racy. Bobby Sack goes on the inside out of 4, but that does not get the pass done. Smartest thing those top 3 can do is not race each other at the moment, because they have separated themselves far enough where I think they've lost the draft. That would be the group of 4 cars from 4th through 7th. But it wouldn't be hard to catch the draft back up again if those top 3 cars get real racy. And of course, you've got a little wiggle there for Bobby Sack. You've got those teammates up front, Stevens and Long. If they can keep working together, I don't know that I want to be the guy who wasn't part of that team in that top 3 battle, but worked out okay for Bobby Sack yesterday. I don't imagine this is the first time he's ever been in a pack where he didn't have a teammate.
Bobby Sack once again pulling up right behind Stevens. Maybe he will make a move this time as we are getting toward the halfway point of this race. Front 3 onto the straightaway. Down to the apex of the kink.
I will say that car group is working really well together until now. Of course, the minute I open my trap, they start to get racy. That's the 117 car, Jace Petty now around Morgan Burkhardt.
Leaders in turn 9, let it drip out to the rumble strips, then down to the apex at turn 9.
Take a quick look at the cars in 10th through 20th before we take our break. 10th place car right now, Michael Odell, followed by David Dickerson, John Vogel, Ben Jacobs, Adam Jennerjohn, and then Grant Vogel. 16 through 20 is Chris Jennerjohn, Zach Della, Tom Burt, Greg Miller, and Dexter Zuba. That's your cars running from 10 till 20. We're at the halfway point here at Mid-Ohio. Let us do a call to grid, take our break. When we come back, we will have some more racing action. Attention to the paddock, attention in the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid for your race. That would be GT3, STL, STU, T3, and T4. Group 4 cars to the grid for your race.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information.
Back here live at Mid-Ohio, we're keeping an eye on this action between our top three cars of, that would be, I've lost my mind, Tyler Stevens, Bobby Sack, and Peyton Long. Then there's a group of four, Morgan Burkhart, Jace Petty, and Sandy Satullo, and Grant Heinig. And one of those cars in that group of four put a wheel off there coming through turn 10, so, but they got it back in action here. Not a whole lot of changes in those groups, maybe a little swap here or there, but the cars have remained the same. While we were at break, one of the cars came in, Chris Jennerjohn in the 48 car, and he had to have the front grille cleaned out, Tom. Very small inlet on the front of these cars, and that's where all of the air goes for cooling purposes. And once you get some grass in there, the cars can overheat really quickly. So they had to come in, have the crew pull all that grass off. So he must have had some sort of an off and on excursion, but he's back out there.
As you can see, Mid-Ohio has a lot of grass.
No.
So if you don't hit the dirt, you're going to hit the grass, and that's going to clog things up for the radiators and things. So that having been taken care of, we watch as the leaders off turn 9 once again. Nobody making a move as yet. Satullo has moved up into the 6th position. Heinig is back there in 7th.
Yep, someone in the chat, Jamie Turner, says Bobby is the meat and a sandwich. That would be a teammate sandwich. So This will be very interesting to see how this plays out here. We've watched our lead first car and third car, Stevens and Peyton Long, work together all season. They worked together a ton at Hallett, worked together a ton at NOLA. So they know each other really, really well, and I'm sure they have some sort of a plan here. It's possible, though, that plan's been thrown out the window at this point, but we'll see what happens.
Right now, watching their fourth place. Looked like Jace Petty had a bit of a run there on Morgan Burkhardt. Let's see. And I think he actually lost a little bit of ground there as they came through the top of the keyhole. But quickly gaining it back. Jace Petty right behind Burkhardt. Leaders, oh man, look at this.
Wow.
There's just a couple of feet between first and second, maybe 3 feet between second and third. And then a similar situation, you go back for fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh.
Well, and fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh could become first, second, and third very quickly, depending on how the passes for the lead go in the final 7 laps here. So you just never know how that will play out. So that's not an insignificant battle for fourth place right now. That car up front is Tyler Stevens, then Sack, then Long, and then in this pack it's Morgan Burkhardt, Jace Petty, Sandy Sotullo, and Grant Heining.
Leaders past the finish line there. That completes lap 14. Hoping to run to 20 here.
It does appear that we got a good shot at getting those 20 laps in this race.
I like how you're so confident of your math.
I'm just guessing. Just guessing. Make a quick announcement here. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Car number 127. Spec Racer Ford 3. Please go see the race director in impound. Car number 127. Spec Racer Ford 3. Go see the race director in impound.
Tyler Stevens looked like he was trying to break the draft, looking to the outside, but Bobby Sack cannot get the job done. Up through 5. Here comes Peyton Long. Peyton Long now tucks in behind Sack. So no change, but I think we are in the mind games portion of our program here.
That's right. The battle in the brain, in your own brain for Peyton Long is, are we far enough ahead where I can get racy and not let the 4 cars behind us catch us? Is now the time with 6 to go? You know, can we start battling for positions here without having to worry about that pack? Because the last thing they want to do is allow these other 4 cars to get back up. And part of the thought process here for the podium, I'm not quite sure that it's 6 to go, that's the right time, maybe 4 to go. But those are the questions they're asking themselves in their head right now. Oh yeah, there is a car right there in the middle of the keyhole entry there. It is moving. Oh, it's actually on driver's right, so turning around, hopefully getting back into the action, and it is. Now hopefully we can get back up speed before these other cars catch up there. Peyton Long all over the back of Bobby Sack, making sure that he knows that he's in his mirrors. I'm pretty certain Bobby knows.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have to look. He can feel it back there.
That's right. Now a little racy. Jace Petty trying to get around Morgan Burkhardt. Doesn't look like to get job done at this point. Jamie Turner suggests that Bobby will try it with 2 to go. That's pretty good wisdom. Question is, would 2 to go be 1 lap too early? So we'll see what happens. 5 to go right now, 4 next time by. 9 minutes left in this session. Four laps would be less than 8 minutes, so that's why I'm thinking we're going to the finish line. Still Stevens, Sack, long up front. Then you've got Petty, Burkhardt, Satullo, and Grant Heinig. So Jace Petty has now taken that 4th place position.
And the question is, with 4 laps to go, how is that lap traffic, or about to be lap traffic ahead of them, going to play into this as well?
That is true. You see Tyler Stevens there trying to break the draft as they go down that long back straight. Bobby Sack just right there following every move.
That's a little bitty short stage.
That's right.
And again, coming down into turn number 4. This time, nobody making any kind of a move, except that we go back there for the battle. Here comes Sandy Satullo, I believe.
Yep, Sandy Satullo tried to go around Morgan Burkhardt, but then Grant Heinig stuck his nose in. It'll be 3 to go next time by.
And I think we're going to have a big problem for the leaders coming up here, as you've got guys running their own race and the leaders right behind them.
There will be some vigorous application of blue flags coming up here from our corner marshals. The best thing that can happen is for them to hit these cars on that back straight. And they're hitting them just a tiny bit early, but I think that's going to work out okay. There's Stevens going to duck out now to go around that blue car, and all of the cars will get around probably the first 2. Well, definitely the blue car. They'll get past that one. Will they get past anyone else before they get to basically the twisty bits where it's really hard to pass?
All 3 of them got by.
Yeah, but there's 2 more ahead. Let's see if this car will get out of the way.
Up over the top of 5, down into 6.
Yep, that car is...
He's pulling out of the way. Great job
there.
that time.
Yep, absolutely well done there. Now there's 1 more car that they need to get around. See that blue flag come out? That's the direction. Not the direction, but the information to be given to that number car, that black car, that the faster cars are coming through. Keep an eye on your mirrors. Try not to interrupt their race. Unlike Formula One, where the blue flag is a direction where it's telling the driver to do something, in SCCA, it is an information flag to let people know that there are cars coming. Here we go. All your leaders are going to get around this slower car here. Look at Bobby Sack trying to get a little bit of a draft off that slower car.
Lost a little ground that time to Stevens.
Yep, lost a bit of ground, but I don't think it's anything that will be a detriment here. He should be able to catch back up. White flag will come out next time by. Oh, look at there. Stevens gets a little bit wide coming out of the keyhole. That's going to open the door for at least those cars to catch up. And there'll be a lot more momentum now for Bobby Sack, because he will have got a better pull out of turn 3 as he comes out. Look at right now, right underneath the back bumper of Stevens. This is the time to maybe make a try. We'll see what happens. He's going to go to the outside going into 4.
And into turn 4. Can't do it. Now here comes Peyton Long.
Stevens recovers nicely. Peyton Long now right there with Bobby Sack. He's going to try to dip on the inside. Doesn't get it done there. He'll have 1 more good shot into 4, all of these cars. Bobby Sack now right there on the rear bumper of Tyler Stevens. Stevens trying to make that car as wide as possible. You can cover those first 2 cars with an Amish quilt. Here they come through 12. Now onto the front straight for the second to last time. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. We have no idea where they're going to finish on the podium. I do think it will be these 3 cars in some order on the podium.
We watch him. Here comes Bobby Sack once again, making a move. Coming up alongside. Nope, has to tuck back in behind as they got to the keyhole. Now coming up over the top of the keyhole. Right there, Long is 2. Off onto the straightaway. Well, we're going to see here in a minute what our prognostications are going to prove.
There you go. Trying to break the draft on the back straight is Tyler Stevens. Now it's another move by Bobby Sack, this time on the outside, going into turn 4. Will he be able to make it stick this time? He's further up. Now we've got Peyton Long. Sack is in the best position in 5, but not in a good position for 6. Who is Peyton Long going to push? Probably his teammate, Tyler Stevens.
And so it is Tyler Stevens comes off of turn 6 with the lead, but this thing is not over yet.
Stevens now back in the same order. Stevens, Sack, Long coming through Thunder Valley for the final time. Long dips his nose in next to Bobby Sack to try to make the move there. Now they're side by side through 10, up through 11, or up to 11 and towards 12. Oh, a little contact there between Long and Bobby Sack. Bobby Sack now goes wide, way wide. And now, wow, it's going to come across the line as Tyler Stevens, then Peyton Long. Bobby Sack will come across the line third. Now the question is going to be, Tom, will this be considered a racing incident, or will the stewards have to have a discussion about that one?
To me, that's a racing incident. You're just going at it hard. You've got 2 corners to go. You get side by side.
We will find out more later. So across the line, this was the order. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Bobby Sack, Morgan Burkhardt will finish 4th. Now, if there is any kind of penalties, that could elevate Morgan Burkhardt up to 3rd place in this race. Jace Petty is in 5th. Danny Sotullo finished 6th. Grant Heine, great run in his 2nd race ever, finishing 7th. Jackson Deal 8th. Mark Greb is 9th. Michael Odell finishes 10th. Woo! So there we have it. What a great finish here. We got one more race to go before lunch. Let's go through our finishing order, 11th through 12th. Adam Jennerjohn, John Vogel, Ben Jacobs, Grant Vogel up to 14th, Zach Della 15th. Then 16th through 20 is Greg Miller, Ashley Oakes, Dexter Zuba, Tom Burt, and David Dickerson. That's how they're going to wrap up here for Spec Racer Ford. Up next, another call to grid, and then our final race before lunch. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid. STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Group 4 cars to the grid.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back here live at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, our final race before lunch. STL, STU, GT3U, Touring 3 and Touring 4. Let's get right to our starting lineups. Our first group's going to be our Super Touring and GT3 groups. That's going to be on our front row, David Fiorelli in the number 190 Mustang. Not sure yet if Chip Herr's going to be in the Audi. I think he is. Okay, so he'll be starting in row 2 in the Audi number 17. Then you've got row number 2, Eric Feist and Zach Arnold. Those are both STU cars. Row number 3, you've got Nick Leveroni in the first STL car, followed by Paul Young in his GT3U Ford Pro. Now to row number 4, John Weisberg will start there. Got a story about him in a bit in the number 140 car. John Schmidt will start next to him in his Honda Accord. Row number 5, Mikey Taylor in the Acura Integra. That's number 39. Next to him, Brian Heitman, his Mazda MX-5. Row number 6, we've got James Eben in the number 55 STL Mazda. Next to him, Max Stallone in the 103 STL Mazda. Now to row number 7, Ben Brandt in the STL Mazda Miata. Next to him is Jackson Wolney. Row number 8, we've got Bob Mueller in his number 60 STL car. And then next to him, the car number 28 is Greg Bogart. Row number 9, we've got Dan Harding in the 84 STL car, and next to him is James Hausman in the GT3U Honda Insight. Next up is row number 10, that is Richard Gruenwald in his STL Mazda Miata. Now to our second group on the split start, we've got Nick Heyman in the number 41 T3 Nissan 340Z. That was your winner yesterday. Brian Dombrowski is starting on the outside of row number 1. Next up, we have got Todd Clark in the number 11 car. Next to him, car number 63, Matt Spicuzzi. Row number 3 is Ethan Barker in the number 117 T4 car, and Aiden Rose in car number 46. Row number 4, Chip Herr will not be there because he can't be in 2 cars at once. So he will. That'll be Mark Cephalo on the inside of row number 4. And next up, we've got Richard Mooney and Kevin Fryer, followed by Richard Dickey and Connor Thomas in the number 129 car. And we've got Philip DePippo in number 94. And Dina Weisberg, I mispronounced Dina's name yesterday. I apologize for that, but I'm happy I'm going to get it right today. She is in the number 2 car. Matthew Miller is in row number 8 in the number 96 car. William Snyder next to him in the 27 car. Rounding it out will be Scotty B. White, and he is going to be at the back of the pack, but in the T3 car. He was in the T4 car yesterday, and that's the number 0 Ford Mustang. All right, Tom, here they are down the front straight, but we're starting on the back straight.
So they're in the charge now of the 190. David Fiorelli in the STU car, the first 4 cars on the grid, STUs, Chip Herr, Eric Feist, Zach Arnold. They work their way through turn number 1. You see the starter stand over there across the long straightaway.
Wow.
And the little building on top, that is the announcer stand that our friend Rusty Bell manned for so long. And we wish Rusty was here this weekend, but
yes, we do.
Unfortunately, the guys had a different plan.
There we go. All right, here comes Fiorelli and Herr as they come through the keyhole. Everyone's already lined up pretty nicely, 2 by 2. They'll come down that back stretch. You see a little inset camera there with our start stand. We will see the green flag fall there, and then we will be racing. Green flag is in the air. We are racing at Mid-Ohio. Look at that, spanning out 4 wide already. And now they start to kind of hopefully come together, but still 2 wide racing, heading down towards turn 1. Fiorelli and Herr pull out, though. They'll be single file by the time they get to that first corner.
Fiorelli on the break. He's got the lead. Chip Herr in second place. Now comes up. True. I thought about an inside move there, but no. The front of the field, now down into turn 6. Again, they're side by side up there for the first position. Fiorelli, her, over to turn 9.
As they come down and out of the keyhole, our second group, green flag is in the air for that group. Our touring cars heading now down towards turn 4. That is Nick Heyman getting an early lead already. Wow, what a gap before even to the first turn. Fiorelli still our first race group leader. Coming across the line, oh yeah, Chip Herr takes over the lead. Fiorelli's dropped back to 3rd place, and it looks like he may even lose another place going into turn 1. Nope, he was able to hold on to 3rd.
Yeah, Zach Arnold able to come up there into 2nd place. Weisberg is there in 4th now.
Weisberg with an interesting story. His car had a huge amount of damage after Watkins Glen last year. Rebuilt over the winter, just got finished up in April. This is, I believe, his first race out with that car after the rebuild. But even worse off, on his way here on Thursday, they hit a deer with the motorhome, destroyed the motorhome, had to go home, find another tow vehicle to get here, missed all of Friday, qualified yesterday. But in all of that with a new car, they didn't get the ballast worked out, so he was underweight. And so he got disqualified yesterday. Now the ballast is worked out, and he is running in 4th place.
Yep. Well, after all that, 4th place is a pretty good accomplishment, I would say. But right now, running about the car length and a half off the rear of our pole sitter, David Fiorelli.
Mike Taylor went wide coming out of turn 6. And look at all the spots he's losing because he had to check up to get back on the racetrack. He's lost 2 spots there between turn 6 and turn 9.
Off of turn 9, down into Thunder Valley. Leaders.
That's Nick Leveroni up over the hill there, I believe.
Looking back into the pack here.
Yeah, that Acura Integra for Mike Taylor, I do not think is handling like he wants it to right now. He's went wide there as well. Either that or he got some stuff, schmutz on his tires when he went off the racetrack, and they're just trying to get him clean right now. Schmutz, technical engineering term. As we finish our second race lap, Chip Herr makes the fast lap of the race so far, 1:37.7. Zach Arnold now in 2nd in his BMW 330i. Then you've got Fiorelli, John Weisberg, Nick Leveroni. We were just talking about him in that Mazda Miata. He's your first place car in STL, followed by Eric Feist and James Eben.
Well, Fiorelli and Weisberg, they are right together in the battle for 3rd place overall and in SDU. Here they come down into 4. Car length separating 3rd and 4th. The front 2 cars, well, they pretty much staked themselves to a bit of an advantage here. But a good battle there between Fiorelli and Weisberg. And then you go back, you've got more nose-to-tail racing, Leveroni and Feist.
Yep, I believe Feist has gotten around Leveroni now to take the point in STL. Okay. There's that white CRX in front of that orange, flat-out Motorsports orange and blue Miata of Nick Leveroni. Feist opening up a 3 or 4 car length lead here through the back part of the racetrack, coming up now into turn 10 and into the carousel. Now Feist able to pull away just a little bit. Now Mike Taylor, he is in 3rd place in STL, holding on. So it looks like maybe he just had some stuff on the tires, and now he's back up to speed.
So the way they run overall right now, Chip Herr, Zach Arnold, David Fiorelli, and John Weisberg. That gets you through the top 4, then followed by Nick Leveroni, Eric Feist, James Eben, Mike Taylor, Paul Young, and Brian Heitman. That gets you through your top 10. Chip Herr. He had set the fast race lap on the 2nd lap. This time, nobody in the purple as they came by.
Surprisingly, the fast race lap of the entire race goes now to the T3 car of Nick Heyman. with a 136.4 in that Nissan 370Z. He pulled out to a huge win yesterday. It was almost a minute over Todd Clark. So it looks as though he's got that car hooked up one more time. Already now, after 3 laps, he's opened up a 10-second lead over Todd Clark. The second-place car in T3. Third place, Nick Dombrowski. Ethan Barker now your T4 race leader, with Matt Spacuzzi and Aiden Rose your second and third place cars in T4.
Things pretty well stringing out right now. No challenges that we see around the racetrack. Again, we're running the club course, which is the 2.4 mile course, which uses the little right-left at the top of the keyhole. The pro course has the long straightaway up into the keyhole, and that goes at about 2.25 miles.
Talked to several drivers yesterday, and they seem to think I have some pull, because they said, what do you got to do? What do you got to do, Brian, to get us to be able to run the pro course? Because they missed that braking zone. They want that braking zone going into the keyhole. And first off, I had to tell them, well, first of all, I have no pull and I have no control over that. But I do know the name of the guy you can talk to, so I told them you got to ask for it. But they would really rather not run the keyhole, most of the drivers, I would say. Because when their keyhole isn't there, Tom, as I'm sure you know, that becomes a great braking zone going into this section of the racetrack.
Yeah, and that gives you probably 3 good braking zones on this passing zones on this racetrack. The other of which comes up in just a moment here as they run down at their top speeds, headed down into turn number 4.
Looking at our associate producers in the chat, I am double checking something here. Hold on. It is believed that Nick Heyman time is a track record, a new track record. Yes, he hit a track record yesterday with a 137.2, and now he's gone 137.0. So that's a new track record right there.
And that gives you an idea that the reconfigured part of the racetrack at turn 4, where they took 2 degree out of the outside of the banking and redid things, as well as redoing China Beach. They didn't slow the cars down at all as they came through that part of the course.
No, does not seem so. Thank you, Patrick Lipsinick, for giving me that information. Actually, it's a 136.443. Yes, you are right. I was reading his last lap versus his best lap, but even the last lap would have been a track record. But yes, the track record, he's now lowered to a 1. This is Nick Heyman, has now lowered the T3 track record to a 136.433 as he works his way up now through the SDL cars. So the fastest touring cars have caught the fastest, some of the slower STL cars. They're starting to work their way up through that field. 15 to go here. So we're into the second quarter of this race. There's Fiorelli, and right in front of Fiorelli is that blue car. That is Zach Arnold. He is in the second place car behind Chip Herr, who has opened up a big lead here in STU, 4.7 seconds. So in that particular class, 4.7 second lead is pretty monumental. And there is your race leader right there. That's her coming through the keyhole. And that is the gap back to the blue car, second place in class. You've got your top 4 cars right there in STU. The next car through, also an STU car, Eric Feist. That's the Honda CRX.
Well, Fiorelli started on the pole and fell back right away. But right now, trying to get back up there in contact with Zach Arnold, and maybe they can make some inroads on the lead. But the way Chip Herr is going, it is going to be very, very difficult to reel in the overall race leader and the STU leader.
Talking about T4 for a second, Ethan Barker is your leader right now in T4. He's got a pretty, not sizable, but a comfortable lead of 1.9 seconds over Aiden Rose, who just got around Matt Spacuzzi. Rose put down a lap that was about 0.4 of a second faster than Barker, so Rose on the move right now. Should keep an eye on that. So right now in T4, the top 5, Ethan Barker, Aiden Rose, Matt Spacuzzi, Mark Cefalo, and Richard Mooney. That is your top 5 right now. Scotty B. White, who started last, has made his way up to the 7th spot in T4. He is in the Mustang, the number 0 Mustang. So Scotty is on the move, but so is Aiden Rose. Now, he has dropped that lead for Barker. He's cut into it by 1.9 seconds. Going back to our overall top 5, we've got Chip Herr, Zach Arnold, David Fiorelli, John Weisberg, and Eric Feist. Like Weisberg's done a pretty good job getting that car sorted out after the rebuild. Now let's hope he got the ballast sorted out too, so that if he actually finishes 4th, he gets to stay 4th. What he told me was that he knew he was underweight, and he thought he was putting in one plate and he was putting in the wrong weight. So of course that's what everyone will tell you. It was an accident. I'm sure it was. But anyway.
He seemed like an honest sort.
I seem like an honest sort, but you don't know me that well, do you? Herr, Arnold, Fiorelli, Weisberg, Feist, your top 5 right now in STU. Patrick Lipsinick is saying that Ethan Barker is might be under the track record in T4 as well. Let me look.
Oh, we got a heavy smoker coming up into the keyhole.
Yep, and his day is definitely done.
And that car is just going to pull off there in the cutout.
That looks like it's a Nissan 370. I thought we only had one out there, so maybe it's not that car. Is there another one? 9-4 green is what I'm hearing.
94 is Philip Di Pippo in a Mustang.
Okay. Now Mike Taylor's dropped all the way to the back of the running cars right now in his STL Integra. I'm not sure if he has a mechanical issue or if he went off the racetrack at some point, because he's running laps of 139. So I think maybe he probably had an off-track excursion, and that's where he has cycled back on now. They'll be able to leave that car at the entrance to the keyhole because it's on the pro course is where he parked it. So they won't have to worry about that car until the end of the session here. Coming up on 12 laps to go. Herr lost a lot of time in that lap. Somehow 3 seconds slower than the lap before. Not quite sure if he maybe caught up in the yellow flag situation or what the deal is. But there's definitely less of a gap now, only 2 seconds back to Zach Arnold. We'll see if he recovers and goes back to the 140-ish times that he was hitting before. Maybe he was unwrapping a candy wrapper or something during that lap. So now we're getting a little racy. It looks like Fiorelli has taken over second place again. He's gotten around Zach Arnold on the backstretch.
But takes a wide track around turn number 4. That allows Arnold close back up. And this little dice is not over yet. Through 6 they come.
while that is happening, Chip Hurst starts to pull away a little bit again. We are at 11 laps to go here. Let's do this. That's halfway. Let's take our break. We do not have to call anyone to grid because lunch is next. And we will do that. And then we'll come. Oh, look at the little wiggle there. Just before we go to break, John Weisberg had a big wiggle right there coming up over the hill here. Able to bring it back together, but that was an interesting moment for him. So let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have you all the way to the end of this race.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Mid-Ohio. We've been talking about him since the start of the race, the first time out for the John Weisberg BMW Z4, and he has got some problems going slow down the backstretch. There he is here, and he's letting all the cars by him. Not quite sure what the issue is, but that car was wrecked big time last year at Watkins Glen. They spent all winter putting it back together. It just got finished up last month. This is its first outing, and it might not have been as sorted as he hoped it to be.
Well, the good news is he doesn't have to worry about weight now.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Doesn't matter what the ballast is now. Oh, okay. So it's his second time out. He ran at pit race. So this is his second weekend. But anyway, too bad for him. He was running really strong in the top four until that all started to happen. That's going to move Eric Feist into the fourth spot in STU. Paul Young will move up to fifth overall in his GT3U car. And then there is the top car in STL, Nick Leveroni. He is, of course, running in that blue and orange Flat Out Motorsports liveried car. That's your first car in STL. Second place in STL is James Eben. Now, Nick Heyman in that T3 Nissan 370, he has been on a move all weekend. He has the fast race lap of this race in his T3 car. He's now up to 7th place, 8 laps to go. Want to remind everybody after this race, we're going to take a short break for lunch, and then we'll come back. We still have 3 races to go this weekend, so don't want to miss any of those involved or including in those 3 races is, of course, one of our big ones, Spec Miata, always a great show. That's coming up a little bit later this afternoon, so go have yourself a nice little lunch. Come on back. Sit back on your couch. You've got a whole lot of things to watch. Maybe put picture with Indy qualifying. That would be fun. Make sure the Indy qualifying is the small picture. Keep us as the big picture. 7 to go here. There's Mike Taylor. Whatever his issue was earlier, he seems to have gotten it sorted out. But there's Nick Heyman right behind him, looking to put him further back down. But that Nissan, Tom, really well put together. T3 car being the fast car in this group is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's... I've always liked those cars.
Yeah.
I've liked them since the original 240s. They have just continued to bring about a car that I really like and can root for. And Nick Heyman doing a heck of a job. Again, he's out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. So he was pretty much preordained to be a race driver.
There you go. Heyman was the 2014 GT Academy winner at Silverstone. He's the UNC Charlotte mechanical engineering grad. His job, he is a professional sim racer for GM. That's a good job to have.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's down there in North Carolina now. He's looking to put Mike Taylor. Well, Mike Taylor's already a lap down, but from the overall leader. And they're in different classes altogether. So Taylor's in an STL car. And then the T3 car is that Nissan. But that is your T3 race leader in the second car on our screen there. Had a chance to stop by and take a look at that car yesterday or Friday. Really, really pretty race car. 6 to go now, looking at our top of the leaderboard. No real changes. Chip Herr, he's now, whatever happened on that one lap was a single lap anomaly because he's now back circulating in the 137 range. He's reopened his lead over David Fiorelli up to almost 4 seconds, 3.92 seconds, the gap. And then even a bigger gap back to Zach Arnold. It is another 5 seconds back to Zach Arnold now. Fiorelli's putting in a pretty good lap here. He's gone purple in sector 1, purple in the speed trap, 133 miles per hour through the speed trap. We'll see if he can keep that going and maybe close the gap down now to Chip Herr. But there's also a lot of traffic now. It's hard to get a good clean lap anymore as all of our front cars start getting mixed up in some slower traffic. Count on a good clean racetrack for about 6 laps in a lot of these races, and then it gets really, really busy out there.
Watching some of the mid-packers working their way up through the keyhole turn now. At Green Mustang, I believe it's the Mustang that is sitting there. It's been there since early in the race. It laid down an awful lot of smoke.
All right.
Driver got out of that machine.
I'll make a quick announcement. Stand by. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Spec Racer 4 drivers, 3 of you. Car number 48, car number 58, and car number 127. You need to go talk with the race director at Impound. Go to Impound and talk to the race director. Spec Racer Ford 48, 58, and 127. If we had 3 more drivers, we could have Powerball. All right, back to our racing action here. 5 to go. Top 5 in T4. Ethan Barker, Aiden Rose, Matt Spacuzzi, Mark Cefalo, and Kevin Fryer. Your top 5 in STU, Chip Herr, David Fiorelli, Zach Arnold, Eric Feist, and scrolling down to find another STU car. That's actually, oh, yeah, John Weisberg. He has completed enough laps to be a finisher, but he is done for the day, it looks like. One car in GT3U today, that'd be Paul Young. And then your top 5 in T3, Nick Heyman with a big lead over Todd Clark, then Brian Dombrowski, Dina Weisberg, and Philip DePippo. He's off the racetrack, so no longer part of the action today. And then finally in T4, Ethan Barker, Aiden Rose, Matt Spaguzzi, Mark Cephalo, Scotty B. White started last. He's now 5th, but he is far enough back. I don't think he'll catch Mark Cephalo, at least with the amount of time we have left in this race.
A reminder, this race being administered to by the Ohio Valley region of the Sports Car Club of America. If you folks are here at the racetrack or interested in becoming a member, you can do so. You can go to the SCCA website, or you can get information firsthand by talking to one of the workers, probably up and coming during the lunch hour. They'd be more than happy to give you the ins and outs of SCCA racing and how you can get the best seat in the house. Be right there with these race cars.
As I like to say, Tom, you come for the cars, you stay for the friends. So, 4 to go here as we wrap up this last race before lunch. Not a ton of close battles. The closest battle is actually the T4 battle. If we can find that, it's the 117 car of Ethan Barker. Aiden Rose is now only 0.6 of a second back. Not quite sure where that is. Shockingly, they're both Miatas, Jordan. So that's not going to help you very much.
and Rose has gotten around Barker.
Oh yeah, this would be the group coming up because they just crossed the start-finish line. And I think it is this group right here. The black car would be Rose, and I believe the red car is Ethan Barker. Aiden Rose now, his fast lap is a 140 point, or his best lap, I'm sorry, is a 139.6. So that's a great, or 139.8. Not as fast as Ethan Barker. But it doesn't matter what your fast lap is as long as you cross the finish line first.
Man, they are still going at it, Rose and Barker. They put on a good show yesterday. They're putting on a good show once again here today. Aiden Rose out of Staatsburg, New York. Houston, Texas, the home of Ethan Barker. And that's the battle in T4.
Here they come up here through the entry to turn 10 and then into the carousel. You've got that group of cars in front of them as well. Look at there's a potential move right there. Here they come across the line again. Down to the start line. Rose keeps the lead here now. Opened it up to about 3 seconds that lap, so not, or 0.3 of a second, I should say. So really not much of a difference at all. E4 put on the best battle in this race yesterday as well. So there is that black car of Aiden Rose. Got a couple of cars right in front of him. They're fast enough to really not be being in the way here, which is nice. And I think they're actually getting those lead cars in T4 getting a little bit of a draft off that car in front of them. Go ahead.
So next time by, Chip Hirsch should be getting the white flag.
Yeah.
He has been the leader since the get-go in this one. Fiorelli, they're in second place. And Zach Arnold, he's the third place runner. All those cars in STU. Also in STU is Eric Feist, and fifth overall is Paul Young. He's the leader in GT3.
All right, here comes that T4 battle now out of turn 9. White flag is going to be in the air right now, which means when these cars come across, they'll have 1 lap to go. Oh, it's not out just yet. Chip Herb must be behind these cars, so it might be 2 to go for this group. Yeah, still going to be 2 laps to go for that battle here, coming into turn one here. There is, oh, look at Barker trying to make himself look like he's big in the mirrors of Aiden Rose. They're going to have 2 more times down into China Beach to see if they can do anything here.
Working the keyhole.
Rose seems to have the measure of Ethan Barker, but Barker has not given up yet, definitely within striking distance. Chip Herr's not going to be fast enough to pass them before they finish this lap, so they're going to get one more shot at it. Well, just as I say that, that's Chip Herr coming out of the keyhole. I still don't think he's going to catch him, but so it's probably one more lap to go for this battle after this one. And there they are, not these first 5 cars, it's the 2 cars right in the back of this group. That's your T4 battle for the lead. But all these slower cars might become part of that problem there. Let's see how they negotiate around this.
Well, 3 wide.
Oh, side by side. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like Rose got through easy, but Ethan Barker did not. That may be the difference here at the end. Now Barker gets around, but he's got a little ways to go to catch up. Or did Barker get around and that red car's not part of this? We're going to know as soon as they cross the line here. There is Ethan Barker, Aiden Rose, the gap at the line this time by. Actually, Barker did get around Aiden Rose, and all of that slower traffic really caused some issues there for Aiden Rose. Barker now, he has to be able to try to keep this lead 0.8 of a second at the line. It might not be enough for Rose to catch up here.
Chip Herr has taken the checkered flag as the winner overall.
Rose now almost back to the back bumper of Barker. He might be able to throw it in there one more time going into turn 4. Certainly won't be happy. No, I don't think he's close enough, Tom.
No, not this time around. That lap traffic really did in Aiden Rose.
It's one of those things where sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Ethan Barker definitely taking advantage and working that traffic a little bit better. He's now got a 4-car length lead going through 5. As long as Barker doesn't have any issues, he should be able to hold on for the T4 win.
Up through the back part of the course, turn 8 and then 9. Just a few turns to go here.
The red car is Barker. The black car is Rose. Just a couple corners left to go. Barker trying to hold on for the T4 win. Rose closes up here going into the carousel. Don't think he'll be close enough to make any issue here. Barker comes through the carousel. Rose right behind him. A drag race to the finish line. At the finish line, it's going to be Ethan Barker, then Aiden Rose. And not too far back, you'll have Matt Spicuzzi. Let's go through the top 3 cars in each class. In T4, Ethan Barker, Aiden Rose, Matt Spicuzzi. Now to T3, Nick Heyman with a 57-second win over Todd Clark. Brian Dombrowski will take the 3rd spot on the podium. In STU, Chip Herr, your overall leader, and your race winner, David Fiorelli in 2nd, Zach Arnold in 3rd. And in GTL, Nick Leveroni takes the win, followed by James Eben and Brian Heitman. And then we had 1 car in STU. That was Paul Young. All right, that's going to do it for our racing before lunch. We will be back in about an hour for our next group of races. 3 more this afternoon. Good races ahead. So come on back and join us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of
maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts, parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, A sedan race, 20 laps, 35 minutes. This one should go to 20 laps, Tom.
Absolutely. These guys are going to be quick, they're going to be loud, and they're going to be fun to watch.
There we go. So let's get to our starting lineups here for our third to last race of the weekend. On the front row, in the Lamborghini Huracan, number 3, Michael Macalina. Next to him, Jared Odrick in the Chevrolet Corvette, your GT2 car. Then you've got Barry Bowes in the 32 car and Austin Jers in row 2. Row 3 is going to be Tiger Tom Patton in the number 50 Sunbeam Tiger and Ray Mason in the GT2 Ford Mustang. Row number 4, Jonathan Start will start 7th in the number 51 car. William Moore will start 8th on the outside of row 4. And in row 5, Matt Gray in the GT2 Ford Mustang. Next to him, the GTX Nissan 350 of Barry Gillis. Row number 6, Ike Keeler in the 15 car. That is a Ford Mustang. And then Mark Kirby in the 02 Dodge Viper. Row number 7 is Brian Scheibel in his GT1 Camaro. Next to him, Dan Spear. That car broke yesterday. Hopefully he'll be in good shape today. Now on to row number 8. So we've got Ryan McManus, who I don't think is here, and I don't think David Pinterick is here either. So if they are here, awesome. We'd love to see them. That's going to be our final row for that first group. Then our split start. We've got in the second group, Bassam Abdallah in the T2 BMW M240IR. Next to him, Aaron Kaplan in another BMW M2. Then we've got row number 2, Daniel Richardson in the number 22 Chevrolet Camaro. Next to him, the T2 Dodge Viper, Scotty B. White. Row number 3, Philip Smith in his A sedan Mustang. Next to him, Alex Lozano in the A sedan Cadillac. And the last car on the second group, row number 4, James Jost in his Ford Mustang. That's how they're going to start, Tom. This was a fun race to watch yesterday.
Absolutely. And right now, watching the front of the first group as they hit over turn 9 down into 10. We watch them. Back there, Barry Bowes. They say that, you talk to some people and they say, that doesn't really do a whole lot with getting heat into the tires, but it could clean off the tires as you kind of make your way, scrubbing the car back and forth as they went down up into turn 11. They'll come around. The race will actually start when they hit the finish line, which is in front of the big tower here. And then they will be under the control of Michael McAleenan in that Lamborghini.
All right,
and
so
they come by now.
Yep, they're going to come by and head down for their start on the back straight. Scotty B. White did not make the grid. He is parked at the end of pit lane in his Mustang, and he is going to have to wait until the entire field goes by, and he'll take up a position at the back of the pack. So he will start last at the end of the second group, which would have been the group he would have been in anyway. So it's probably only a couple of positions.
And I did not see Austin Jers in the 131, who is scheduled to start 4th as they make their way around.
All right, so those are the things we're going to watch out for early on here. Yesterday, big battle in GT2 between Jarek Odrick and Barry Bowes, right up until one of them, I'm guessing, took the other one out. I didn't see it, but they both ended up in China Beach at the end, opening the door for Tom Patton, and I think it was Ray Mason who moved up into second and third there. Let me go back and pull up yesterday's results. Usually do that before we get started. Here they come. Green flag is now in the air. Our GT cars are started, and the other A sedan and I've completely lost my mind. T2 cars coming up next. There we go. Green flag is in the air for them as well. There's Scotty B. White, last car, the silver Mustang. He'll have to come up through the field if he wants to get to the front of this group.
Well, that's the second group as they head down into turn number 4. Already by is the first group, making their way up through turn 5.
All these cars making it through just fine. No issues there side by side, but they're able to do it nice and clean. As they come through 6, now down to turn 9. Then you got a little hill, and then at the other end of that hill is Thunder Valley.
Yeah, the lead Bassam Abdallah. Now the first group by us here to complete a lap. And we watch as McElhaden, he puts himself out there to a bit of a lead to get things underway here. We take a look. It's half a second over Jared Odrick. Then Barry Bowes, Tom Patton, as we mentioned. The fourth place car did not fill in its starting position here. So Tom Patton there in fourth and Ray Mason fifth. Leaders down the straightaway now. They hit the kink. That car with the wing there, that is the Tiger, Tom Patton Sunbeam Tiger.
And he was able to take the second spot in GT2 yesterday after Bowes and Audric got together. It was Austin Jers that was elevated to the win in GT2. He is not out there today. And he would have been, and then Patton was second, and Jonathan Start was third. So those were the on the receiving end of good fortune after Audric and Bowes ended up in China Beach.
So we watch them as they come down through Thunder Valley, out of Thunder Valley into turn 11. Just that quickly, the very front of the field past us here. Michael McElhanen in the GT1 Lamborghini Huracan. He has been able to stake himself to a 1.2 second lead early on in this one. Back there in second place, Jared Audric, and Barry Bowes in third in the Mustang.
One thing to keep in mind there, McElhanen in the GT1 car not racing against Jared Audric in GT2. So that GT1 car should be faster than the Camaro and the Mustang in second and third place. I have to do a quick page here for our race director. Attention to the paddock. Tom Hobson, driver of number 89, B-Spec. Go to the race director in the trailer near Tech. Tom Hobson, please report to the race director near Tech. You are the driver of the B-Spec 89 car. Back now to the action. That car right there is the Tom Patton car. Right behind him, Ray Mason in that white Mustang, followed by William Moore. William Moore is in a Camaro. And then that darker color car behind him is the Dodge Viper of Mark Kirby. At least that's what it's supposed to be, but that doesn't look like a Viper. That looks like another Mustang. Interesting. We'll figure that out. Yeah, that is not a Viper. The Viper is a red, white, and blue car. Maybe it's gotten past, maybe that car's gotten past William Moore. That might be what's going on there. That makes more sense. We'll check them out when they cross the line this time.
McElhaden able to pull out a 3.2 second lead over Jared Audric. But Audric, his lead over his fellow GT2 competitor, Barry Bowes, stands at just under a second at 0.89. And then 4/10 back from that is Tom Patton.
And I was right. Mark Kirby did get around William Moore to take the third spot, fifth spot in GT2.
And I misspoke. That is a 9.42 second lead deficit for Tom Patton behind Barry Bowes. So he has fallen quite a bit back there.
Yeah. Audric and Bowes very strong in GT2. And in a lot of races, those two guys are out front, and then there's a good race for third place. So this is not a surprising start to this race. Very much like our start yesterday. Up front, McElhanen continues to pull away. Again, 3.2 second lead. He's dropping purple laps one after another. Taking a look at our T2 battle, and that is Bassam Abdallah is your leader in T2 right now. He has a 0.6 of a second lead over Aaron Kaplan. And Scotty B. White is trying to catch up as well. Scotty B. White is out there in his Mustang. That is why it looks like he's way back in T2, because he's not in T2 right now. I don't know what he came out in. Right now. What he came Very interesting. I have to sort that out. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. But anyway, in A sedan, Daniel Richardson has a 3.5 second lead over Alex Lozano in the Cadillac CTS. Then you got James Jost. He is a little further back in his Ford Mustang. So that's how they sit right now with 16 minutes to go, or 16 laps to go in our feature race for our big board group.
Watching is Abdallah leading this group as they move their way up into the keyhole turn. Abdallah, 10th overall. He's in the number 10 car, leading the T2 category. Off the keyhole turn onto the straightaway here. Aaron Kaplan right in behind there. Kaplan in the BMW as well.
And then that Camaro, that is Daniel Richardson in his, with the lead in A sedan is right there behind those two cars. Just to kind of draft in behind them and pull away from the rest of his A sedan competitors. He has now a 6-second lead over the Cadillac CTS coming up over the hill right now. Oh, look at how loose he gets coming through 5 down the hill to 6. That is that Cadillac CTS of Alex Lozano. That is the number 98 car.
Now, I want to watch Abdallah as he comes through turn number 11 this time. On the next camera shot, last time he took a much wider line, and he does again, but this time the cars behind him follow along in the wheel tracks, and they also took a wider line, so I don't know if there's anything down closer to the apex that might be a little bit slippery in that part of the racetrack.
And sometimes that wider line is a little more advantageous because it makes you able to get into turn 12 a little easier, and then you get a nice good exit out of 12, which sets you up nice for the run down the front straight. So if you're not defending, that might be the better line for that BMW. Alex Lozano, last year's T4 national champion. Also, the A sedan and Touring 2 group will be combined next year. So interesting to watch those cars play together. Daniel Richardson is right there behind Abdallah and Kaplan. Next year, those all cars will be in the same class together. So if you're comparing times and how they race with each other, that's a pretty good comparison when you've got the former national champion in A sedan right behind a national champion in T2. That's pretty good data points for SCCA to look at.
Abdallah not being challenged right now in the T2 battle there with the Aaron Kaplan car and Daniel Richardson in his Camaro right behind. He's actually staked himself to a little bit of an advantage there. Last time by it was, we'll check it out. Last time it was about a second and a half. That's what it's sitting at right now as the cars make their way through turn 1.
Checking in at the top of our leaderboard, it's still Michael McAlena, now opened up a 13-second lead, going past us right here on the start-finish line. And he is just continuing to motor along. These are our top 2 cars in GT2 we're looking at right now. The first car is Jared Audrick. The second car, Barry Bowes. One way to make sure you don't have a coming together down going into China Beach is to not be close enough to let the car came together with you come together with you again. So they're making their way around Scotty B. White, who came out in his Mustang instead of his Viper.
Camaro still with the position there. 00, Audrick. Onto the straightaway now. Audrick and Bowes, second and third overall. Tom Patton, well adrift of these cars.
Yeah, and that gap between Audrick and Bowes hasn't changed much at all in the last several laps. It has stayed pretty much at that distance. Although Bowes tends to close up just a little bit here and there, but then Audric is able to pull away again. So it's been a bit of a seesaw as far as the gap goes, but in the end, the gap's been about the same for each lap.
Smoothly through turn 9. Not making any kind of a challenge right now, and they've got about to be lap traffic just ahead of them. They'll be able to get around at least the blue car as they come onto the straightaway and head down toward turn number 1.
Yeah, they'll definitely get around the first car here. Then I think they'll probably get the next car out of 1 up before they get to the keyhole.
It looked like Bose was able to pull up right on the rear deck of the Camaro. That's definitely gotten closer here as they move their way through the notch up into the keyhole.
Now this time by, it looks like traffic played a bit of a role there in allowing those two cars to get a little closer together. Now we'll see if Audric can pull the gap out again.
Classic pony car battles there.
Yep.
Camaro versus Mustang.
Gotta love that. We've got in this group Camaros, Mustang, a Sunbeam Tiger, a Viper, a Lamborghini. This is about as good as it gets.
Up over turn 5. A little bit off camber there, down the hill, now through 6. And it does look like Audric maybe established himself a little bit more in the position. He has put a little distance between himself and Barry Bose.
It does appear at this moment that Audric has the better handling race car as they come up now on that Cadillac CTS. And they will catch that one going into turn 11 and 12, which is that car's doing a very nice job of getting out of the way and letting those faster cars through. Very well done. And now that GT2 battle heads down to turn number 1.
Michael McAleenan in the GT1, long gone. It's almost 16 seconds between he and the second place overall car of Jared Audric. There you see it right now as it hits the kink. Coming around the slower car.
Now, between Bassem Abdallah and the second place car in T2 of Aaron Kaplan. Last time through the start finish line, it was 3.4 seconds. It certainly looks bigger than that now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's going to be about a 5-second gap next time by. So Abdallah really hooking it up very well here. His last lap was a personal best of this race of a 1:35.8, which is the best time for T2. And Kaplan's best time, or last lap time, was a 1:37.1, so a 2-second a lap difference. Now, part of that may have been dealing with traffic. You know, that sometimes can slow you down. We are at the halfway point in this race, so let's do this. Let's do a call to grid, take our break. When we get back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Miata to the grid. Group 6, Spec Miata to the grid for your race. Spec Miata to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tyrek SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Back live at Mid-Ohio, lots of action while we're in a break. The Odrick and Bose fight got caught up in some slower traffic, and Jared Odrick took advantage of that and has opened up a bit of a lead now over Barry Bose. Last time by, that lead was a full 3 seconds, and while that was happening, they were going around the T2 battle that was a T2 and A sedan battle with Aaron Kaplan and Daniel Richardson, and Daniel Richardson, all part of that stuff with Bose and Odrick, also able to take advantage and work his way around Kaplan. And you can see right here, Richardson has opened up about a 7-car length lead over that the Aaron Kaplan car. So a lot of working through traffic, some doing it better, Tom, than others.
Yeah, what is it they say? Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
There you go. There you go. Well, this time the givers were, or the receivers were Richardson and Odrick. The taketh awayers were Kaplan and Bose. 8 to go here.
And we see that on the scoring, if you're watching it there, Daniel Richardson, they had apparently missed the lap on him. He is now back with the 11th lap completed, which puts him right there with Bassam Abdallah. But about 7 seconds back of that, and just ahead of Aaron Kaplan. Richardson in a sedan and Aaron Kaplan in a T2.
Yeah, that's why they still do timing and scoring the old-fashioned way. So, because every once in a great while, the transponder doesn't trip, and they have to be able to go back and make sure. So, they were able to get that fixed. Dan Richardson now back up to first place in a sedan. No longer a lap down, because he was never a lap down. They fixed that on the scoring board. Looking at the top again of our leading room, we keep checking back in because it's not a big battle anywhere here. McAleenan way out front in GT1, and he has got a huge lead over the second place car overall, 24 seconds. Then you've got Odrick and Bose. Ray Mason a little further back has gotten around Tiger Tom Patton to take over third place in GT2. Going through our Touring 2, it's Bassam Abdallah, then Aaron Kaplan and Scotty B. White. And then looking at a sedan, we've got Daniel Richardson, Alex Lozano, James Jost, and Philip Smith. That's your 4 cars in a sedan. Oh, that car got all sideways trying to go underneath Bassem Abdallah. That's Ray Mason. And just like that, Tom Patton is able to get right back up to the back of Ray Mason. And turns out kind of no harm, no foul, but that was a big moment for Ray Mason.
Absolutely. But able to continue on here. We watch them as they come onto the front straightaway one more time. Leaders have completed lap 14. We run to 20.
That piece of debris is still there. It's just off the racing line if you're going single file through turn 1. I don't know if that's a brake rotor, maybe. It's just weird shape there. All right, so Mason and Patton have now gotten around Daniel Richardson, so they have clean air now up all the way to the front. It's funny, that little Sunbeam Tiger is so much smaller than the Mustang. When it's stuck behind it, you don't even know it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see them coming into your view. There they are. 5 laps to go here. Tiger Tom really would love to get around Ray Mason here to take over the last podium spot in GT2. He is not giving up. And Mason fully pressured by Patton behind him. This is one of the better battles on the racetrack right now. That Sunbeam Tigers, Tom Patton, right in front of him, the Mustang, Ray Mason. They're battling for the 3rd spot, the podium spot in GT2. Audric and Bose have the front 2 spots pretty much locked up. Audric has a 6-second lead, so probably without any issues, that's going to hold up. I'm sorry, a 3-second lead, Audric to Bose. Little glare, little sun glare. That's good news. Have a little sun glare on my timing monitor. We like to see the sunshine.
Tom Patton pulling up right on the rear deck of Ray Mason. Ahead of them, that's the leader in T2, Bassem Abdallah, who pulls over nicely and lets the battle come along. No pass there.
Yep, they get through nicely. No issues there. Now Bassem Abdallah will slot in, try to take advantage of any kind of draft he might be able to get for at least maybe a half a lap before those 2 cars just drive away. I think it was maybe 2 corners, actually.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much sticking to that group happening there. You know, of course, those GT2 cars are a lot faster than the T2 cars. Also on slick tires versus more traditional DOT type tires. I don't think the touring cars are actually on DOT tires, but they're closer to DOT tires than what the GT2 cars are on.
Bias here at the finish line. Looking to the inside, going into turn 1. No room there, to be sure. Tom Patton gets back in behind Ray Mason. But Patton looking awful racy.
So the track record in A Sedan coming into this weekend was Andy McDermott back from 2014 with a 136.7. Currently, Daniel Richardson, just his fast time is a 135.9. So that should be a new track record here at Mid-Ohio.
Patton looking to the outside. No, he didn't have him to run. Right now, about 2 car lengths off the rear deck of the Mustang.
Next time by, it'll be 2 laps to go for our leader, Michael McElhanen. We're sticking to this GT2 battle because it is the closest and best battle for a podium spot on the racetrack right now. 70-something-year-old Tom Patton trying to get around Ray Mason.
Just a little bit older than his car.
And there is no rest for Ray Mason. Tom Patton continuing to pressure lap after lap after lap. And so far, Patton's pulling out to try to maybe think about, or at least let him know he's there. Then he slots right back in. I don't think there's any way that Ray Mason doesn't know that Tom Patton is there behind him. There they go around Scotty B. White going into the keyhole. Scotty stays out of the way. Nice and smart there. Lets those 2 leader cars go through. Now down the hill. Probably one more time for them is my guess. Maybe 2 more laps for this group. It depends on where they are compared to the leader overall. Next time by.
Oh, spin.
Big spin there. That
Tom Patton.
Yep, Tom Patton spun going into turn 4. Waiting for just a spot to get that car going. He didn't want to pull into other oncoming traffic, but that is going to end his bid to be on the podium in GT2. While that happened, you will see that Mark Kirby and William Moore probably were able to get by there. We'll know for certain when they come by the start-finish line this time. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, Danny Richardson just got a new lap record. Beat the old record of 136.7 with a 135.9. All right, there is Tom Patton across the line. He has now dropped down to 4th place, well, it looks like he had a big enough lead over Mark Kirby, where actually he did not lose a position there, but he did lose out on the opportunity to be 3rd place on the podium.
Meanwhile, white flag is out for our overall leader, that being Michael McAleenan in that Lamborghini Huracan.
Let's see if we can pick up the leader and follow him around. Jordan's already on it. I didn't even have to ask for it. Here comes the leader coming out of the keyhole. It is that beautiful green and black Lamborghini. Less than 2 miles to go until he takes his 2nd victory of the weekend. McAleenan just goes around your A sedan leader of Daniel Richardson.
That's the problem when you have a car that gets a lead like that and just takes off. We start looking for the other battles. He wins the race, but he doesn't get much camera time.
Doesn't get a lot of the glory, but we're giving it to him now. That is Michael McAleenan. Absolutely perfect horse for this course. This is going to go back-to-back GT1 wins here, overall wins in this race group as well. Down through Thunder Valley for the final time, up the hill into turn 10. Now through the carousel. Will he get around Tiger Tom, or will he make Tiger Tom do another lap? I think Tom Patton's going to have to do one more lap here. Yes, he will. And the checkered flag is in the air for Michael McAleenan, your race winner. What a fantastic race for McAleenan, no problems. Now we wait for Audric and Bose to come across the line. They are our leaders in GT2. Here is Audric coming through 12 and onto the front straight. Pretty much easy trip to victory lane for him today. No worries this time about coming together with the 2nd place car. He is across the finish line with the win. That is
Bose
Audric.
is coming in.
Bose he'll take second. He'll take the checkered flag from the pit lane, still be in 2nd place. And there he goes across the line. Ray Mason will end up being the 3rd place finisher in GT2, and he'll take the podium there. Looking to some of our other classes in GT and T2, your race winner is going to be, or is, Bassem Abdallah. 2nd place will be Aaron Kaplan. 3rd place, Scotty B. White. And then finally, in A sedan, your race winner, Daniel Richardson, 46 seconds ahead of the Cadillac CTS of Alex Lozano, and James Jost will take the 3rd step on the A sedan podium. Let's do a call to grid for our next group, then we'll take a short break. Stand by, everybody. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 to the grid. Spec Miatas to the grid for your race. Group 6 to the grid. We'll be right back, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 2 races left in our weekend program here. Second to last race will be a barn burner. Spec Miata, 35 minutes, 20 laps. And we've got a bunch of cars, so let's start our starting lineup. In row 1, David Moreno is on the pole, the number 15 car next to him. Max Stallone, that's that red, white, and blue car right there. In row number 2, we've got Will Dodd and Max Stallone's teammate, Logan Stretch. Now on to row number 3, Frankie Barroso and Zach Ehrlich. Some of Zach's fans are in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Row number 4, Hayden Manis in the 88 car. And next to him, car number 16 of Jonathan Davis. Row 5, Alex Bertagnoli. Help me out, Tom.
Bertagnoli,
thank you very much. And Chuck Matudis. Row number 5, Matthew Novak and Alexander Doss in row number 6. I'm sorry, that's row number 6. Row number 7 is William Wallace and Justin Gravitt. Then moving on to row number 8, Bobby Gossett in the 44 car. Number 70, James Newell is on the outside of row number 8. Row number 9, Seth Gentry, car number 20. Jack Murchison probably won't be here because he had a crash with some damage, and I don't know that he's feeling up to being here. I don't know if the car's ready either. Car number 73. Travis Wiley is the number 78 car in row 10. You got Colin Johnson in car number 73. Bob Stretch is in car 89, and the 3 car of Chase McIntyre is next to him in row 11. Row 12, Christian Meyer in the 2 car. Next to him, car number 81, Max Ehrlich. Then moving on to row 13, Nick Leveroni in car number 188. Next to him, the 25 car of Jason Rollins. Row 14, Jackson Wolney in car number 131. And then next to him, the 122 car of Austin Smith. Row 15, Ken Sutherland, car number 94. And next to him, car number 60, Bob Mueller Jr. Chris Ephraimides is in the 27 car, and Greg Bogert is in the 28 car. They are on row 16. Row 17 is Jonathan Murchison in the 1 car. Ellie Gossett is in the 177 car, also on row 17. And then we've got row 18, Bill Dodd, car number 186. Cole Lucas next to him in the 119 car. And now to row 19, Dan Harding, car number 84, Chris Rogers in 126, I'm sorry. And on the final row, number 20, row 20, car number 7 of Daniel Manis. It's Jonathan Murchison, who we think is not going to start. Jack should be in the race. So there we go. All right, all good there. Pace cars coming into pit lane. Another half a lap to go before we get the green flag. The race will actually start when they go across the finish line, because that's how timing and scoring works. You need to do that to make sure timing and scoring works. So here they come across the line. So our race, while the green flag hasn't dropped yet, technically has started.
Too bad, because they're really lined up good coming down the front straightaway.
This will be the closest gap that they've had the entire race.
The race yesterday was a dandy.
Yep.
We had a good race earlier today for the other Miata class. So this one we'll be watching to see whether we're going to have a great time this time around. They're about, just a couple of 3 turns away from getting the green flag here. You see the flag stand down the back straightaway.
Yeah.
That's where we start them at.
Everyone actually real nicely together in 2x2 as they come through the keyhole. All lined up. Hey, many rows behind the front row. Very nicely done, Mr. and Mrs. Spec Miata drivers. Now they will get together again. You can see our start stand right there. Oh, early start from the starter as they come just not even down the hill yet. Now, look, 4 or 5 wide in the grass. Can't beat them on the pavement. Use a little bit of the turf. Here they come now down to turn 1. That is That is Max Stallone on the outside, still side by side. Looks like he's going to try to take the lead here early, and he does get the lead. Right behind him is Logan Stretch. Yeah, teammates up front. That's good news for them. Bad news for the rest of the field. Everybody making their way pretty well through 5 and 6.
Stallone and Stretch giving themselves a bit of an edge over the third place car through turn 9 down the hill in Thunder Valley. No change there. Then we've got some 2x2x2 back at the middle of the pack, but the two leaders right now, Stallone and Stretch, they have separated themselves by probably two and a half car lengths.
Cars off, one car backwards. Lots of contact here. 6, 7 cars off and involved. Coming across the line first is Max Stallone. Logan Stretch is the second car. Let's see how many of those cars are able to continue there. Every single car is continued. We stay green.
One car did come into the pits. That's the 56 car, Jack Murchison.
All right, here they come. So the front car, there is Stallone, then Stretch. Right behind him, Zach Ehrlich, then David Moreno from the pole to 4th. Jonathan Davis in 5th. Chuck Matudis all the way up to 6th place. Good move for him. Seth Gentry in 7th. Justin Gravitt 8th. Then Alexander Dawson, Travis Wiley.
Zach Ehrlich is losing touch with those front two cars. Stallone and Stretch continue to put distance between themselves and everyone else, but there is no distance between those two cars. We'll watch them as they come down through turn 4. And now we've got a move by Moreno on Ehrlich as they come into turn number 5.
Stallone and Stretch had a plan. They executed it perfectly, and that makes for them to have a 7-8 car length lead. They're happy because the 4 cars behind them are racing for position. That helps them extend that lead out a little bit more. Now, cars number 3, 3rd through 5th or 6th, all in line trying to catch the leaders. Ooh,
another car goes wide, coming off 9.
I'm not going to guess who that was. We'll wait till we hear from timing or from our flaggers there. Here they come back to that problem section from the first lap. So far, everybody is getting through there fine. A lot of dust on the racetrack there. Kicked back up from that first lap incident. Matudis now up to P6 already. Big move for him, of course. He started in the back of the pack with car sorting out problems and qualifying. Was able to make his way halfway through the field yesterday. Now he's made his way up another 6 or 7 spots today, so he is on the move.
Logan Stretch in 2nd place, taking a bit tighter line as they come through the upper portion of the keyhole turn onto the back straightaway. Again, those two are teammates, so they are likely to work together for quite some time, and then we may see a change at the front. But right now, they are being dogged a bit by David Moreno, who moved up into the 3rd position last time around.
That's right, that lead duo being hunted by the 4 cars behind them, wanting to try to not let them drive away, because if that happens, they will not be able to catch them. The draft so important in Spec Miata.
Oh, there's one that goes
big
wide.
Problem there. Now our 4-car battle for 3rd place is a 3-car battle for 3rd place. After one car goes wide, that car is now dropped all the way back to 9th, it looks like.
And that breaks off things there in the 3rd place, Donnybrook. David Moreno with the position there. Stallone and Stretch continue to keep their positions there at the very front of the field.
That moves Chuck Matudis up to 5th. Zach Ehrlich was the car that went wide and has dropped back several positions now. We'll see exactly how many positions as the timing and scoring updates. Ehrlich now goes back all the way to 9th place.
So as even as these cars are, it's going to be tough. Get back there into position to be up there for that battle in the lead serial right now. But it continues to be Max Stallone at the front.
A attention in the paddock, Mark Kirby, car number 2 in GT2. Please report to the race director and impound in the trailer. Mark Kirby, GT2, car number 2, please report to impound and see the race director. All right, back here live as the race is on now. David Moreno trying to bridge the gap to the first 2 cars, and he's actually making progress. Not far now off the rear bumper of Logan Stretch, and that means that Jonathan Davis and Chuck Matudis also need to try to get the move on, because if those 3 cars up front start to pull away, they're going to have a hard time catching them.
Alexander Doss back there in 6th had the fastest race lap last time around at a 1:43.485. So he's got pretty clean running ahead of him, at least for the moment. Wants to pull himself up into the battle right now for 4th, 5th, and 6th, but ahead of them, there is that battle, which is now a 3-way battle between Stallone, Stretch, and Moreno.
If Davis, Matudis, and Doss can work together, they can catch the leaders. And that's what they're trying to do right now. Matudis looks like he might want to try to get around to go to the front. Maybe he thinks he can pull better. Some of these cars, just by the way they work and the way the drivers work, Tom, some cars are better pushers and some cars are better pullers.
Right now, the 3rd place car, maybe not quite as close as it was last time around, but seems to close up as they come up to the top of the keyhole. Bend it around to the right, onto the straightaway. Max Stallone took the lead early on. Logan Stretch, his teammate, followed along. They are 1 and 2. David Moreno in 3rd place.
Looking further into your top 10, Jonathan Davis in 4th, followed by Charles Matudis, Alexander Doss, Seth Gentry, then 8th through 10, Frankie Barroso, Zach Ehrlich, and Travis Wiley. A little side-by-side action there, a little deeper into the field. And now it looks like Moreno's having a hard time staying on the back bumper of that duo of Stretch and Stallone. And that will help the cars behind catch up. Moreno doesn't want to get in that no-man land zone between those 2 packs because the rear pack will scoop him up pretty quick. Here they come to the line here. Again, it is Stallone across the line first, followed by Stretch. They have about an 8/10 of a second gap between 2nd and 3rd. Alexander Doss moves into 5th place, dropping Matudis back to 6th. Now that 2nd pack from 4th, 5th, and 6th, less organized now after that move by Doss. It's a real risk-reward situation when you break the draft here. It's so detrimental to your overall speed and momentum, and it's just like you want to be up front, you want to make the pass, but if you have desires to move to the front, it is so killing your momentum.
Nobody up front making a move right now. For those cars in 4th, 5th, and 6th, they work together, they could easily find themselves right behind David Moreno in the not too distant future. Meanwhile, the cars that are working together are the first 2 between Max Stallone in the 103. He's the leader in 98, 2nd place Logan Stritch.
Takes so much discipline. Many of these drivers, Inspect Me Out, are rather young, although many of them also have years of karting experience before they get here. You know, it takes a lot of discipline to say to yourself, I'm just going to stick right in this guy's rear bumper and see if we can't work together to pull away. It's not inherent. It's not in a race car driver's DNA to be okay being in 2nd.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, but it's not in evidence a lot when you're a race driver.
That's right. That's right. Now we've got Doss and Davis hooked up, and they're trying to catch David Moreno and see if maybe that 3 trio can go back, because Moreno's now in danger of losing the draft of those front two cars, those teammates from Wheels America, Max Stallone and Logan Stretch.
And from behind, Jonathan Davis at fourth, Alexander Dawson fifth. They could be right up there on Moreno's tailpipe before this whole thing is too much further along. Right now, we are working race lap number 7.
These are 20-lap races or 35 minutes. We should be able to get really close to the full lap count with Spec Miatas.
Well, one of the things that really helped was on that first lap, Mazel over there in the carousel turn, everybody was able to keep going, which is amazing.
Yeah, pretty remarkable that we didn't have to have even a slowdown. And because it was on the first lap, plenty of time for them to get it figured out and sorted before the leaders come back around. Actually, they had it pretty much figured out and sorted before the leaders got to turn 1. Chuck Matudis having a hard time now sticking to the back of those two cars in front of him, Davis and Doss.
Man, it's like the cars of Stallone and Stretch are one.
Yeah, they've definitely, either they're very similar in driver style or the cars are set up so close to each other that they're able to take advantage of that teammate dynamic there. You know, there's always then the question, okay, your teammates until when? You know, certainly by the end of the race, you know, the whole teammate thing goes out the door where the only real teammate requirement at that point is that you don't take each other out. But you only want to keep there for so long before you want to take the point and be up front. It looks like Moreno's found a little bit of love out there because he's catching back up a little bit with that front two cars.
And now here we go. 5th place position. Coming up, Alexander Doss to the outside, looking to get around Davis as they come down the straightaway, and indeed does.
Yep.
Before they even get to turn number 4.
So the problem with that is he spent so much time side by side. If you're going to work together and you know a guy wants to go to the front, you kind of almost have to let him by quickly so you can tuck right back in, because that loses so much momentum now for those two cars. They're going to be even further behind David Moreno. Last time it was 3 seconds. We'll see what the gap is this time. Because it's such a momentum killer when you pull out and go side by side for that length of time, especially in a long straight like that, Tom, when top speed and draft is so important.
Meanwhile, David Moreno not able to keep in touch with those front two. Stallone and Stretch. Max Stallone just now. Fast race lap, 142.641. And as you might imagine, Logan Stretch right behind him, 142.659. So there's hardly any difference there between the lap time, and they continue to run as one.
They say the stopwatch doesn't lie, Tom, and that side-by-side action by Dawson Davis, they've lost a half a second to David Moreno just on that particular lap. Your top 10, Stallone, Stretch, Moreno, Doss, Davis, then Charles McTudis, Frankie Barroso in 7th, Seth Gentry in 8th, Zach Ehrlich and Travis Wiley round out the top 10. Now looking 11th through 15, Justin Gravitt, Christian Meyer, Hayden Manis, Ken Sutherland, and Matthew Novak. 16 through 20, we have William Wallace, Nick Leveroni, Jack Wolney, Colin Johnson, and Alex Bertagnoli.
When you run that close together, this many laps in a row, you have to have trust in the guy ahead of you and the guy behind you.
And what's interesting is that this class tends to lend itself to doing a little SCCA no-no called bump drafting. These guys have not been doing any of that. They're just drafting, usually about a half a car, not even half a car length, maybe a wheel's width between the front and rear bumpers, and they're still doing a great job of keeping out front.
Little bit of distance now between Alexander Doss and Jonathan Davis. We saw earlier on that pass down into turn number 4, where Doss took over the number 4 position. He is trying to track down David Moreno in third place now.
2 laps to go. Max Stallone went purple with a 1:42.641. He was slower this lap, 1:42.696. So slower by about 41 hundredths of a second. We're 9 laps into this 20 laps race. One more race to go after this one. We'll wrap up our racing action here from Mid-Ohio this weekend, so don't go away when this one's over.
And want to remind everybody once again, we've got more amateur action here at Mid-Ohio as the summer moves on. The Cincinnati region puts on their race July 12th and 13th. And OVR, the people responsible for this weekend's race, they have 2 of them, August 9th and 10th, and October 11th and 12th. And we'd sure like to see you here and enjoying some fine amateur SCCA racing.
All right, we are coming up on the halfway point here at Mid-Ohio. Your top 3 right now, Max Stallone, Logan Stretch, and David Moreno. Let's take a short break. We'll do a call to grid, and then we'll come back in just a little bit. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid for your race. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Group 7 cars to the grid for your race.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live, Mid-Ohio, I'm Brian Bielanski. The dulcet tones of Tom Michaels right here next to me. Tom, if I had a voice like yours, I'd have had a career in radio.
I don't know what to say. My poor voice has been, beaten and kicked and everything else over years of doing hockey and basketball and all this sort of stuff. But it's just great working with you guys. This is a great group to work with here, and I appreciate you allowing me to be a part of it. we've got a battle at the
Yeah, we
front.
do.
And so there's the very front, and there is the semi-front.
Yep.
Look at that. Doss has caught Moreno.
It is crazy. Well, we've got something on the track at 1. They finally found the piece of debris we've been looking at for the last 8, 9, 10 laps. That's what's going on here. They probably noticed it. I shouldn't say found it.
Well, that was from the last race.
I know.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. It's not really close to the flag station, so there's no reason for them to really notice it without having a, looking at it for an odd angle for them. But that's kind of funny. It's been there for a bit. Max Stallone just dropped a purple lap time. Fast lap of the day, 1:42.372. So that's good for him. Let's see if that is anywhere near the track record. Let me see if I can find my track record info here. Oops, wrong button. Here we go.
Well, meanwhile, Jonathan Davis, Charles Matudis, they are now working together to try and bring themselves up into that third, fourth battle. There's a good distance, though, between them and that. And then Moreno and Doss are trying to climb into just a real great 1-2 stretch by Stallone and Stretch.
All right, so the wrong button. So yesterday, Max Stallone set a track. Oh, what do we got?
We had an outside look coming up there into the keyhole by Logan Stretch. Instead of following in the wheel tracks, he was to the outside. Now he dips back in behind his teammate, Max Stallone, who's been the leader from the get-go in this one.
All right, so yesterday, David Moreno set the track record of 1:42.696. And today, the fast is a 1:42.3 by Max Stallone. So right now, provisionally, Max Stallone is the new Spec Miata track record holder here at Mid-Ohio.
Doss looks like he's trying to find maybe a way around David Moreno now. They come off 6 right together. So we're 2 by 2 by 2.
There you
right
go.
there in the top 6.
Yep. And all of those cars separated far enough that they're really not going to catch the cars in front of them unless there's issues. So there's really no incentive to not try to go and do a little bit of racing right now. Stallone Stretch, that's your first duo. Moreno Doss, that's your second duo. Davis and McTudis, that is your third duo.
Then all by his lonesome, Frankie Barroso.
Yep.
By the way, again, Frankie, thanks for the cookies.
That's right. Frankie's mom, thanks for the cookies this weekend. Max Stallone still holding on tight there. Oh, there's the box of cookies from Frankie Barroso Racing. We are bribable, by the way. We're gonna next round, Tom. We're gonna have so much food, we're not gonna know what to do with it.
Yes, I was begging for steaks yesterday.
All right, so now Doss just went. No, the fast lap here is a 1:42.3. That is Max Stallone. So he is, unless my timing screen hasn't updated, coming up on 5 laps to go. 10 minutes left in this race. A little less than 10 minutes. We might just
Here
make
goes
it
Doss.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a car off in the hole. 2 cars off right in front of our leaders, right? No. Okay.
Leaders on the backside of the race course now.
Gotcha. Oh,
there they are.
There are our leaders. Good catch, Jordan. Thank you for switching to that feed for us. There's 2. 131 is the car that went off in 2. 73 and 131. So 73 is that's Colin Johnson. Jackson Wolney is the 131 car. So those are the two cars that went off in two, or up in the keyhole. Oh, they also have the 03 car in the gravel at number 2 at turn 2 also. That's Chase McIntyre. Five to go. Where I think this is going to end on time, Tom. Oh, and there is the car out there at the kind of middle of the keyhole. Oh, is there two cars out there? No, that might be a track truck. Yeah. Yeah, that car is beached and probably will not get out without help.
Well, here comes Barroso joining the battle for 5th and 6th right now.
Yeah, what a great run for Barroso. Making up that gap all by himself. That's tough to do.
He's there.
He is absolutely there. So now we have a three-way battle for 6th place, 5th and 6th, and 7th.
These guys are so fun.
Yeah, it is just a blast. And you talk to them after a race like this, and they just got grins from ear to ear. So that now is the group of Davis, Batutis, and Barroso. Running out of time, though, to catch the group in front of them. That could be said for both of the groups trying to catch Stretch and Stallone. Maybe an action movie with Stretch and Stallone. You know? All we need is a Schwarzenegger.
I thought there was.
That's right. All we need is a Schwarzenegger in this group. It will be good. That would be a great marketing campaign for them. Stallone and Stretch. Do like a parody of some action movie.
Well, we could get Stallone and some basketball player.
There you go. Yeah.
There's got to be a basketball player still named Stretch.
That's right. There we go. Coming up on 6 minutes to go here. This might make it on laps. We're still paying attention to that. Your leader's now working past some slower cars. No issues for that particular pass. That's the perfect place to hit slower traffic, is right there in that long, winding, curving backstretch.
More traffic ahead. Now we saw that the safety truck is trying to get to that car up there in the dirt, up in the keyhole. So you have to be careful about doing your passing there if you come up on slower traffic.
Frank Rizzo in the chat says, now we're going to find out if Stallone has the eye of the tiger. Very, very well played. All right, so the question now, Tom, with 4 laps to go, when does Logan Stretch try to get around? Maybe using a little bit of traffic here would be the way to do it as they come into 11-12. That traffic now, that's not a good place to hit traffic. But it looks like they're going to get around that slower car on the front straight. No issues.
And I think it's pretty clear ahead of them beyond that.
Yep. All right.
And so the 3rd, 4th battle gets around.
Yep, 3rd, 4th battle is clear. We're being told that the situation in turn 2 has been dealt with, so there's no yellow flags here, so they can race all the way around the racetrack again. Coming out of the keyhole, and yep, we look off in the distance, and that car is gone. So is a safety truck. And you're right, Tom. There is nothing ahead of Stretch and Logan. They've cleared the slower traffic, at least the immediate slower traffic.
Working race lap number 18 of 20, and we're at 4:25 on the clock.
Neither one of these cars, Stretch or Stallone, have put a wheel wrong on this entire race. Working perfectly lockstep as teammates. Now with 3 to go, 2 next time by. I will tell you though, it is going to start to get racy in these next 2 laps.
So what's the over-under on they do it this lap, they tried this lap, or the next?
Last lap into turn 4 is my guess.
Okay.
Now they'll make me look silly, which is not hard to do, by the way. All right, here they come. It'll be 2 to go this time by. White flag next time by, the official word from race control. And here they come.
That's the biggest lead we've seen the entire race. Stallone over Stretch right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That little, maybe half a car length. Now the question is that planned by Stretch to help him get a little bit of a run off of the keyhole here. Maybe he thinks he needs a little bit of air to be able to get a little run, to take maybe a little slightly different line to put him in a good spot. Now we have 2 slower cars here. That could play into this over the next lap and a half. Stretch right there on the rear bumper. Is he going to pop out now and make the move? It looks like he's going to stay there at least for 1 more lap. Don't want to make the move too soon because then Stallone will have a chance to respond. Still together, lockstep, Stallone and Stretch.
But they're going to have to deal with that traffic ahead now.
That's always a better for the first car to come through with traffic like that. Most of these cars have radios, so hopefully their crews on pit lane are telling those 2 cars that the lead duo is coming through. As they come out of 12 and go under the start-finish stand, there will be a white flag in the air. And here they come, 2.4 miles. Look at that car move way out of the way to let the leaders by. Perfectly done there. It is still Stallone and Stretch.
But they're going to have that next slower car. We'll see how it plays this one right now. Still in the racing line.
He goes a little bit wide there. That should let them go underneath, coming through the keyhole and back onto that back stretch. Both of them get around right there. Here is the next best place to do this. Stallone making a little bit of a weave down the backstretch, trying to break the draft of his teammate. His teammate's a little further back this time as they come down through that kink on the backstretch. Now it's Logan Stretch on the outside, trying to get around. Oh no, still together. Stretch tucks back in, right behind Stallone. Couple corners to go here.
They had the crossover there. Now looking to the outside in turn 6. Not going to be able to get it done there. These cars might be able to do something over in turn 9. We'll see.
Here they come through 9, now up the hill to 10, then down Thunder Valley. In the front, Max Stallone. Right behind him, teammate Logan Stretch. Not too many opportunities left here as they come up to turn 10.
Tucked right in behind. Stretch. Not able to do anything. Now the door opens just a little bit on the inside of the racetrack. Pulling right up on the rear quarter panel.
Coming to the line, it's going to be Max Stallone with the win. Logan Stretch is going to stay in second place, and that's how they're going to finish. Pretty much the way they've been the entire race. Max Stallone, Logan Stretch, your 3rd spot on the podium. That goes to Alexander Doss.
David Moreno finishes in 4th place. Frankie Barroso, he comes up there late in the race to take over the number 5 spot. 6 through 10. Charles McTudis, Jonathan Davis, Seth Gentry, Zach Ehrlich, and Travis Wiley. That gets you down through 10, and that is Spec Miata.
That is a classic Spec Miata race if I ever saw one. What a great finish there. Stallone basically never putting a wheel off for the entire race. Logan Stretch never giving Stallone a chance to breathe the entire race. And then when it came to the final 2 laps, they went game on, and Stallone able to hold on for the win. All right, we'll do one more call to grid before we come up with our last race of the day here. And I will tell you, all of our friends in the chat who doubled down on the Stallone references, like he's going to dread it if Stretch passes him. Thank you for playing along. Tons of fun here. All right, here we go. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype 2, Prototype cars. Group 7 cars to the grid.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, our final race of the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Mid-Ohio rounds. Group 7, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. This should go 20 laps. This is our fastest cars on the racetrack this weekend. So let's get to our really fast starting lineups. Maybe if I talk fast, the race will get over faster. Perry Richardson in first place. Your pole sitter in the 69 Prototype Store WF1. Nico Vardis on the outside of row number 1 in the JDR F1000 Formula Atlantic car. Row 2, Riley Harris in the number 12 car. And on the outside of row number 2, Larry Howard in the Swift W1016. Row number 3, Mike Rupert in the Store WF1P Prototype. And Vaughn Glace in the Radical SR3. Row number 4, Todd Parks in the 21 car, the Kreider CSR1. Mike Rupert on the outside of row number 4 in the Store WF1. Now in row number 5, William Niemeyer Jr. in his Sorcerer Prototype car. Next to him, Richard Coburn in the Nostendo Prototype. Now on to our first row of our second pack. These are mostly FE2 cars with an F Continental or 2 sprinkled in for good luck. Eric Wisniewski is your pole sitter in the FE2 number 25 car. Next to him, Gian Buffamonte in the number 53 car. Row number 2, Steve Whitston. This is the Whitston row. Steve Whitston in the 18 car, Andrew Whitston in the 77 car. Now on to row number 3. We've got Adam Jennerjohn in the number 46 FE2 car. Next to him is Andrew Wills in the number 47 car. Now, row number 4, we've got FE2 cars also, Dexter Zuba and Sam Harrington. Row number 5 is Dean Opperman in his number 27 FE2 car, and Paul Riveras in the number 15 car. Row number 6, we've got FE2 car of Chris Jennerjohn in our first Formula Continental car in this field. It is Jeremy Swank. Row number 7, Brian Palazzo in his FE2 number 49, and Keith Joslin in the FE2 number 55. Last row, Dr. DJ Galifa in the number 2 car as a Formula Continental, and next to him, another Continental, Carter Sheets. That is our starting lineup here for our final race of the weekend. Tom, it's going to be, this one should go to laps because these are the fastest race cars here all weekend, and they got the same amount of time as the slow race cars to get in 20 laps.
Absolutely. So it's been a fun weekend. Hopefully we'll have a great race here. We've seen a number of them yesterday and today. So we hope we can cap it off here with another good one.
So, George Washburn asks, what do the colors mean on the time, on our timing pylon? So it's pretty simple, George. When you see a green color, that means that is the fastest lap for that driver in the session. If you see a purple lap, it's the fastest lap of any driver in the session. So basically, fast lap for the race. And blue is personal best. I thought it was green. Oh, it's blue. I'm sorry, blue. I'm always looking at the timing screen and not the pylon, so I apologize. But same concept. Here comes our lead group here through turn 1. They're going to start this race on the backstretch, so they'll start to form up in 2x2 right about now. And they will come together. Perry Richardson will bring him down to the line. He has control of the field at this point. Now he's supposed to stay at pace car speed here. Then they will wait for the green flag to fall here. When they see that, now the second group also tucked up nice and close, which is good because the closer they are, the longer it will take for the first pack to start lapping slower cars. Green flag in the air. We're racing. Final race of the weekend at Mid-Ohio.
And getting a break very quickly was Nico Vardis. Let's see whether he's able to hold it as they move down into turn number 4. Watching Vardis indeed, but moving up from that second row. That's
Riley
red
Harris.
car, Riley Harris.
Here's our FE2 cars getting their green flag as they move down to turn 4 for the first time. Couple cars. Oh, there's a car with a big That's an FC car. I don't know if that was a motor or a brake rock up. That looked a little like brakes because it was white, but that was too much smoke for brakes. Let's see, did that car make it past there? I can't tell.
No, I think he pulled off very quickly.
Yeah, that's probably the smart thing to do there. Here comes our FE2 group. All nice and clean here through turn 9. Our leaders across the front straight for the first time. Nico Vardis in the lead, Perry Richardson in second. As we found out yesterday, the Atlantic of Vardis tends to warm up the tires faster, but as soon as Perry Richardson gets his tires up to temperature, he will probably catch him and drive away.
So this is the second group as they make their way around past the finish line for the first time.
And it is the number 72 car of Jeremy Swank. That was the car with the motor that didn't like itself there. I think it could have been the 2 car of Dr. DJ. I think it was the 2 car. Dr. DJ Khalifa is the car that blew up there on the back straight. They're sitting on a track truck to try to check that out.
Meanwhile, up front, Nico Vardis still with the lead. Took it at the very start. Perry Richardson in the prototype, running in second place. Right behind there.
Oh, look at that. Richardson tucked up right underneath the back tailpipe of Nico Vardis. My guess is that by the end of this lap, and there he is. He didn't wait till the end of, he did wait till right at the end of the lap to go around. That's an interesting spot to make a move.
Absolutely, but he made it on the outside, made it very quickly. Perry Richardson now to the lead. Nico Vardis in second. Larry Howard is the third place runner, followed by Riley Harris in the 12 car.
I'm hearing about a waving flag in turn 3. I'm guessing that's to cover the track truck that's checking on that car. Richardson moves to the lead with his fast lap of the day, a 1:42.202. I'm sorry, a 1:24.202. That's still about 2 seconds off of the track record that he set yesterday, which was a 1:22.618.
Now we've got a waving yellow there at start finish, or actually at the start line, and that, no doubt, for that car that blew up over there in that area. So they've got the track truck over there and trying to take care of that. There may have been a little bit of a fire involved with that car.
Yeah, sometimes when that happens, you get a little tailpipe fire there. 18 to go here. Perry Richardson, Nico Vardis, Larry Howard, Riley Harris, Mike Rupert. That's your top 5. 6 through 10 is Bill Niemeyer, William Niemeyer, Richard Coburn. Then your first FE2 car, Eric Wisniewski, followed by Gene Buffmonte, Steve Whitston, Andrew Whitston, and Adam Jennerjohn.
Watching is the second group catching up with the tail enders of Group 1. Onto the front straightaway once again. Perry Richardson, Nico Vardis. They continue on point here. 1.8 seconds, almost 2 seconds. The difference between first and second overall. Of course, Perry Richardson in the prototype. And you've got 3 Formula A's. Vardis, Larry Howard, Riley Harris, and then another prototype in Mike Rupert running at the top 5.
Apparently they've got a little bit of oil down on the track from that car, but he was able to get off of the driver's line really quickly, which is smart. I don't think it's a big deal. They may toss a debris flag out for a couple laps just to warn the drivers, but they're probably also pretty clear.
That's one of the few blind spots we've got on the track. It was just, I think, to the left side of our picture and just out of it. I don't think they got it into a cutoff. Meanwhile, back in the pack, we continue to run here. They're going to put a surface flag out there in the affected area. And we're working race lap number 5. This one going by quickly.
looks like they've got that car hooking up for a flat toe. And they're going to tuck that car in at turn 4, so should be able to keep it off the racetrack, which is good.
Another fast lap for Perry Richardson at a 1:21.358, and that's about 2.4 seconds quicker than second place Nico Varda.
Next time by, there'll be 15 laps to go in this race. That's the quarter race mark here. Looking at the Formula FE2 battle, oftentimes that gives us one of our best races of the weekend, but Eric Wisniewski already opened up a 1.4 second lead over Gian Buffmonte. Steve Whitston, Andrew Whitston, that's 3 and 4. Adam Jennerjohn, Darrell Willis is 5 and 6. There is our battle for second place and second and third in Formula Atlantic. It's Larry Howard and Riley Davis. Here they come up towards the keyhole here. So the red car is Howard. The second car, white car, is Harris. I remember correctly, Larry Howard is the Formula Atlantic reigning national champion. I have to go back and take a peek at that. I'll do that during our break.
They've still got the condition flag out there for that oil that was put on earlier. And we can see that the car that was affected earlier has been put on the inside, right by the guardrail there, coming off turn number 4 and hopefully out of harm's way there.
Now, Howard in a traditional Formula Atlantic, that's Swift 00016. And Riley Harris is in a Van Diemen DP04, which I don't... Yeah, that's an F1000 car. And, of course, Nico Vardis is in the JDR F1000 car.
Riley Harris, one of the local drivers, Ashland, Ohio, just up I-75 from the Lexington Mansfield area here.
Harris looks like they want to make a move here, but hasn't tried. They keep poking their nose out just to take a peek. And I believe that's Nico Vardis. Yeah, that car, first car is Nico Vardis right there. So you're seeing your entire Formula Atlantic field right there in one camera shot. Harris is right there. Now he pops out, going around on the outside, at least trying to. Howard respawns, goes a little deeper on brakes. Will he be able to make it hold? Harris now has an opportunity to fight back a little bit here. Not able to make it stick. A good defensive move there by Larry Howard.
But I wouldn't doubt but what we'll see the same thing tried again coming up. May wait a lap to kind of let the tires cool. But these two going at it, and I think they're going to probably be dicing all race long. Right now, Nico Vardis has what would seem to be an insurmountable lead, but we're still relatively early in this race.
Gian Buffmonte has been able to pull within almost a second of Eric Wisniewski at the top of our FE2 field. Last time by, it was 1.063 seconds. And then a good bit back, almost 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds back to Steve Whitston. Coming onto the front straight now. Here they come. There's the second place car in prototype right there, second and third. And then there's your battle for the lead in FE2. Right behind him, so that would be Wisniewski in the blue car, and Buffmonte right behind him. Yeah, those two cars, the prototype slowing them down, but Wisniewski sticks his nose in to go through. That might be a good move for him and to keep Buffmonte a little further back, but Buffmonte comes through as well. Now they're coming up on the first place car or the second place car in the prototype field.
Well, both of them have gotten around that second of the prototypes. Down into the S's. Now looking to try and move up on the yellow machine.
Yeah, the prototype should be faster in a straight line, but those FE2 cars much more nimble, able to get through the corners a little bit easier, and that's where you get this little disparity in the way different classes make their speed. That's why it's often hard to be able to put all these different classes together, but you learn a little bit about your competitors in the other classes so you can have an easier shot to get around them. So now Wisniewski's going to try to make the move. There he does. Going into 11 and 12. Can Buffalmante follow? He has not been able to get through, so that's going to open up the lead. All that work that Buffalmante had to try to get caught up here, it is going to be for naught. He was going to go from 0.4 of a second back to 0.6 of a second back. He's now around that prototype, and he can go after Wisniewski. 12 laps to go. Up front, it is Perry Richardson driving away at the moment. Nico Vardas way ahead of the other two cars in Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard and Riley Harris. That's your top two cars in FE2. After having a little bit of harder time getting through traffic, Gian Buffalmante is going to have to make a quick and hard move to try to get back up to the rear tailpipe of Wisniewski if he wants to make a race of this. 11 laps to go. Let's do this. Let us take our final break of the weekend. Let's do that, and then we come back. We will get you all the way to the end of our racing action.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, we're back here live at Mid-Ohio. We've got an incident in turn one that's going to force us to go double yellow here while they come and fix that. It is one of our Formula cars. It is partially on, partially off the racetrack, basically right at the exit of turn one, Tom.
Yeah, and that is an absolutely, there you can see it. That is a horrible place to be because I hate to use their target area, but Certainly anybody else that could lose it could have a problem there as well. Getting late in the day, we may have some oil on the racetrack, which would make things a little bit dicey. So the safety crew going to go out there, move that car, and we'll be back to green flag running. Is this the first yellow we have had today? Full course yellow?
This is our first full course yellow of the day, so that's pretty good. All right, our leader's coming out of turn 12. It'll get picked up by the pace car here. There is your leader now, Barry Richardson. Oh, the leader's slowing down on the front straight. We'll have a new leader here. Oh, no, he's just slowing down a lot. Okay, that was kind of sketch. Yeah, that was a lot. A lot of slowdown. Maybe he didn't have to slow down that much that quickly. But anyway, all good now. He'll get picked up by the pace car. Now, all these cars have the Flagtronics units in their dashboards or somewhere in their cockpit, so they will have known that we were full course yellow immediately when it happened. Now they're all getting caught up into the pace car, which means it'll be a little bit safer for them when they try to move that car back into, hopefully on the racetrack. Maybe they can just tug them out and he can restart it and get going again. Then, of course, he'll drop kitty litter all over the racetrack, and we'll have to have a debris flag out.
And I believe that is number 72, Jeremy Swank, that has had the problem down there in one.
That is unfortunate for him. At the moment, we'll have 8 laps to go, 16 minutes on the clock. If they can pull them out quick here, we can probably still get it done on laps. They're also they haven't completely collected the field. We still have a lot of the FE2 cars coming around, so. Looks like they're gonna bring that car in. So might not be able to get it restarted and move on. Might have something broke on it. It was in the gravel trap. So I think, Tom, if I'm right, the gravel trap is almost close enough there where you can be in the travel trap with your back tires, but have your front wheel still on the pavement.
It is fairly close, but my guess is that the rear tires were actually in the grass there. And I don't think it's a matter of traction right now. I think they had trouble with getting the car into gear or out of gear to be able to push it.
Now they're sending over a wrecker to that scene to be able to lift that car up and get it out of there. That's the easiest way to pick up a Formula car, is to put a strap through the roll hoop and hook it up to a wrecker and pull it up into the air. So.
Well, Perry Richardson is the leader. Got it very early on. Nico Vardis in the Formula A. Formula Atlantic, he is second type. Riley Harris, Larry Howard, Eric Wisniewski. That's the top 5. And Gian Buffamonte is 6th, followed by Mike Rupert, Steve Whitson, Andrew Whitson, and Darrell Willis. That's your top 10 overall.
Let's take this opportunity to do a bunch of thank yous, Tom. We need to thank, of course, the Ohio Valley region of the SCCA for helping us put this event on this year, and they're always great hosts, and the hospitality is fantastic. And along with that, all of the volunteer workers from all of the different specialties. I'm not going to name them this time so I don't miss anybody, but they all know who they are. All the people who've got to stand out in the elements throughout the weekend, as well as those who get the nice air-conditioned rooms to work out of as well. We couldn't do it without all of you, and we really appreciate all of that. So I also want to say a big thank you to the partners of the SCCA who help us bring you all of this action. We would not be able to be here as far as the broadcast goes without their help, so thank you to all of them. Thanks to all the drivers out there who help us with in-car cameras throughout the weekend. That sure helps make the broadcast a little bit better, actually a lot better. And so if you are out here and you do have an in-car camera that you're live streaming, let us know. We'd love to put it on the broadcast. Jordan Worth, he's the guy who is making all the buttons work and putting all the good cameras up at the right time, hopefully, most of the time, almost all of the time. And even when it's a little bit off, it's fun nonetheless. So big thank you to him. That's true. I'm being told by the executive producer, if we think it's wrong, it's actually right. So I'm good with that. All the people in the chat who have been with us, our associate producers all weekend, can't name you all, but you know who you are. Thank you so much. Have I forgotten anybody, Tom?
Oh, I think you're pretty well covered.
Okay. All right. So,
including more than Jordan needed.
Exactly. Everybody is ready to move from turn one. They should be able to go green this time by, we're hearing. That's a little ambitious, but hopefully they're right. Light's still on in the pace car at this moment, but we will see what happens here as they come down the valley and up through turn 10.
Yeah, usually there they go the lights, so we're gonna go.
Now that doesn't mean they can't turn it back on, but usually when they're out, they're out. Pace car will peel off onto pit lane here, and then Perry Richardson will bring them down to the finish line as they go green again. We're back to racing with 7 laps to go at Mid-Ohio.
Perry Richardson still on point. Nico Vardis in behind there. There you can see the car that had the problem a little bit earlier on. That car going to be towed into a safe place. Meanwhile, leaders up into the keyhole turn. It's getting to be a long weekend. We watch them as they come around onto the straightaway, and look at the lead that Perry Richardson staked himself to.
And he'll look, oh wow, 3 wide down the backstretch there as they come down to turn 4. Oftentimes you can make up a lot of spots coming off of a full course yellow. That also means sometimes yellows breed yellows, and we're hoping that doesn't happen here. Here comes your field now through turn 5. Everybody looking like they're mostly single file at this point. 6 laps to go.
Absolutely. Our leader in Formula A, Nico Vardis, stuck in behind another car as he works his way around turn number 9. We got everybody really kind of mixed up out there right now. The various classes. Up through the carousel turn now.
Yeah, this is when it gets really, really confusing with us, because everybody's all now mushed together. We'll do our best here. Richardson up front, followed by Vardis, Riley Harris, and Larry Howard. That's your top in Formula Atlantic. Larry Howard, the red car out, popping out to try to get around Riley Harris, it looks like. But we also have all of the lap cars. We don't let the lap cars do a drive around to get to the pack in the back here like they do in some other series. So we've got kind of a mishmash of slower cars and lead lap cars all together here. That makes things quite interesting.
Richardson long gone.
Yeah, there's Larry Howard making his way around some slower cars. He's trying to catch Riley Harris, who is in that Van Diemen right up in front of him there. And now he is right there with Riley Harris side by side, it looks like, through turn 5 and now headed down to turn 6. That white prototype, I believe, is Mike Rupert. That car is a lap down, I think, or at least at the end of the lead lap. This time by 3 laps to go. Leaders across the start-finish line. Four laps to go. Sorry about that. And again, this being our fastest race group, even with our little short full course yellow here, we're going to go to laps with this thing. Now we've got a standing yellow at turn 11, so something's off there. Got a standing yellow at turn 11, so something's off there. Yeah, car number 48, Chris Jetterjohn, now back on the racetrack. Hoping it will get back up to speed here. Looks like he will. Whether he stays there or jumps into pit lane, not sure just yet. Here comes the big field all the way through. Look at that, all stacked up there.
Meanwhile, our overall leader, Perry Richardson, comes around. He will complete race lap number 17. It's going to be a while before we see the others coming around to complete the lap. We watch. There's your Formula A leader, Nico Vardis.
That white car is Bill Niemeyer. He's a lap down. Thank you, Sarah, for pointing that out. I appreciate that help. Now with 3 laps to go, Perry Richardson continues to circulate. Looking at our FE2 battle right now, it is still Wisniewski, then Buffamante. FE2, a 1.3 second lead for Wisniewski. I believe that is Wisniewski there in the blue car with Buffamante right behind him, or maybe there might be a car in the middle. Oh, one car puts a wheel off and gets a big tank slapper, it looked like, but is able to collect it. That was a wreck that happened but didn't. Let's make a quick announcement for race control. Paddock, prototype car number 21. Please see the race director in impound for lost and found. So there's parts for the 21 car. They're in impound. Car number 21, head to impound to pick up your parts as parts. Next time by, we're going to get the white flag. That's going to go to Perry Richardson. So he's a little less than 2.5. He's a little less than 4.8 miles away from the finish line. That's what I get for trying to do math.
Riley Harris hanging with the Formula A leader, Nico Vardis. Just 1.7 seconds off the lead there in class.
Yep, Harris doing his best to make it interesting here.
Yeah, Larry Howard kind of fallen off. He is 6.6 seconds adrift of the second place car of Harris. So he's not really in the battle right now, and he is just barely ahead of Eric Wisniewski.
I mistakenly said that I thought Larry Howard was the reigning national champion. I was wrong. That was Dudley Fleck. All right, last lap is underway for Perry Richardson. There he is all by himself. This will probably be the easiest last lap of wins he'll ever have. Nobody in front of him, nobody behind him, 1 lap to go. Comes all of our Formula Atlantic cars here, right, coming through our screen at the moment. Interspersed in are the FE2 cars. You can tell the difference. The FE2 cars are narrower and a little taller, where the Atlantic cars are a little bit wider and definitely lower to the ground, or at least squattier. I don't think lower to the ground, but they certainly look a little squattier. I think I've just made a word up.
What? We've made several words up this weekend.
Yeah, we're doing good at making up words. Perry Richardson should be coming around through probably 6 or 7 at the moment.
Oh, we got a car that spun up there at the top of the keyhole turn.
Our leader now coming through turn 12 on the final time. There he is, Perry Richardson. 1 corner to go. Double checkered flags in the air, and there is your race winner of our final race of the day. That is Perry Richardson with the win. Your Formula Atlantic winner just coming across the line as well. That being Nico Vardis, Riley Harris right behind him for second place. And we're waiting for Larry Howard to come across the line. He is your third place car in Formula Atlantic. We're going to wait a little bit here for our FE2 cars to get to the finish line. Here they come. Out of turn 11, that is Eric Wisniewski across the line, I think. Here we go. There we go. Eric Wisniewski crosses the line. Gene Buffamante second. Now waiting for Steve and Andrew Whitston to come across the line. There is Steve Whitston, followed by Daryl Willis, who's moved up. I think that might have been Andrew Whitston who spun up in the keyhole, because he has now dropped down to 6th place. So the top 5 in FE2 is Wisniewski, Buffamante, Whitston, Willis, Zuba. Andrew Whitston, the 7-7 car, is the one that spun. And that's how it's going to flesh out here for FE2. Looking at our prototype field, Perry Richardson, followed by Mike Rupert and Bill Niemeyer, your top 3 there. And in P2, we had nobody in P2. Actually, it looks like Mike Rupert has... what he's done is he's now running in prototype. P1 prototype and P2 are going to be combined next year, so that's how that's working out. And in Formula Cup, we had 2 cars out there, but only one made laps. Dr. DJ Khalifa went out on the first lap, and then Jeremy Swank in lap number 9. So that is how that works there. Tom Michaels, thank you. Great being with me this week, and I appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun. Hope we get to do it again, and thank you so much. And you got a great crew here.
I appreciate that. For Brendan Kazmarek, our executive producer, for Jordan Worth, our director, and for all of the people from Driver's Eye Live who make this happen, I'm Brian Bielanski. Coming up next, Road America, June 6th. We'll be there. You should be there, too. Stay with us, everybody. Have yourself a great week, a great couple of weeks. Go have fun, and go play with cars.